Recording in progress.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners business meeting for Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. It is 2:06 p.m. My name is Ty Menser, Chair of the Board. To my right, Vice Chair Commissioner Wayne Fournier, Commissioner Carolina Mejia. To my left, Commissioner Rachel Grant, and Commissioner Emily Klaus. County Manager Leonard Hernandez, Assistant County Manager Joshua Cummings, and our Clerk of the Board is Amy Davis. The meeting is live streamed to the Thurston County YouTube channel, and written public comment may be received up to 2 hours in advance of the meeting and distributed to the board. Action will be taken at this meeting. First up is with the meeting called to order, we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Mejia, if you will join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Next, we'll have a land acknowledgement, Mr. Vice Chair.
We'd also like to start today with a land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Indigenous Salish peoples whose elders and ancestors have lived on and stewarded the lands and waterways of this county with great care, and who continue as sovereign nations today, specifically the Squaxin, Nisqually, and Chehalis people. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connect across all barriers of heritage and difference. The purpose of this acknowledgement is to disrupt ongoing erasure of injustices done and to remember history as a stepping stone towards healing. We commit to working together to honor our past and build our future with truth.
Thank you, sir. Next up is approval of our proposed agenda. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion second to approve the agenda. Discussion on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next up is presentations. We have the Washington State Association of Counties Project of Impact Award.
Thank you so much. I believe our team from the Auditor's Office is here. We recently had a statewide convention in Spokane where the Auditor's Office was selected and issued an award. And I see Tilly, why don't you come on up and talk a little bit about it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm actually going to yield the floor to Auditor Hull, who is online right now, so she can have a couple comments.
Very good. Welcome, Auditor Hall.
Good morning or good afternoon. We think about elections communication in 3 buckets, and the basics like dates and deadlines, clear explanations to address any voter confusion or mistrust, and personal stories like this that humanize the work. And your neighbors, your election is that third piece, really showing people behind the scene. And one of the things we've learned is that authenticity matters a lot more than putting it in some fancy production value. Simply face-to-face camera videos consistently perform better than the more polished content when it comes to building trust, which I love because they're free. So this project wasn't without risk. Our office received fentanyl-laced mail, and asking staff to appear on camera following that was not a small thing. But, we had people volunteer anyway, which I think speaks volumes to their commitment to this work. So we've really offered very, very little guidance. But we didn't script these interviews. We wanted people to speak in their own words. And that's why the message felt real and resonated with viewers. So huge kudos to staff, Emmett, who conceptualized it, Randy Gagnon, longtime seasonal staff, and of course, Tilly, my rock star at the podium, and Jack Monjan, who was one of our election technicians. So huge congratulations to all of them from me.
Thank you, Auditor Hall. And thank you again to the commissioners. If I could just add a couple things.
Yes.
The best way to
Can you
build.
Tilly, could you pull that
Pull it
mic
up?
up? Yeah, help
A lot of people say
online.
I speak loud enough, so this is good. Back row. The best way to build trust in elections is to show the process and the people who's behind that process. Your neighbors, your elections does just that. When voters see the faces of the people who count the ballots, their neighbors and their community members, it changes the conversation from fear to how we can work together as a community. What makes this project especially powerful is that every person, myself included, volunteered our service and our time for this project. We stepped forward at the time where elections officials across the country were facing real threats. That's not easy for us to do. Putting ourselves in front takes courage, and especially in times that we're faced with right now. So on behalf of Randy, who's here with me, the rest of the elections team, Auditor Hall, thank you for this award.
Tilly, if you could come forward, we have the award. Sure, you could show everybody what we're talking about here. Should we get a photo?
We can come down for a photo.
Do a quick photo.
Staff up as well.
You need to get in that picture.
Okay.
Wait for Emmett. Get in there,
Emmett, you need to get in there.
Yeah.
This side?
We want more.
Oh, Emmett, no, not for you. Wait, take this off.
Don't cough.
Right here. Tall enough for this? 1, 2, 3. More. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
If I could, I have a couple comments to make for the auditor's team.
Go ahead, yeah.
I just wanted to thank the auditor's office for the work you do every day to protect public trust in our elections. Congratulations on receiving Wasatch's Project of Impact Award for the Your Neighborhood, Your Election video series. Your work makes civic participation more accessible, and it strengthens confidence in our local democracy. I've truly enjoyed all the opportunities I've had to engage with your office and see how excited you are about the work you do and how seriously you take the integrity of our elections process. So I just wanted to thank you for all of that and congratulate you.
Thank you. Okay, next is public comment, and I had kind of an announcement on this piece. The board just completed a 6-month pilot review of a new public comment structure where we did agenda-related comment up front, prior to business items, and then general comment after business items. We received a lot of feedback on that. The board is still discussing the best approach going forward. For today's purposes, we're retaining the structure, but since this may be a longer than usual meeting, being the last of the year, if anyone who has a general public comment, has a time constraint, and would like to give public comment in the earlier period, that's appropriate. Doesn't matter where you signed up, I'll call for anyone. It looks like everyone pretty much signed up for the agenda piece anyway, so that may be less of an issue, but we wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility with today's longer meeting while we're still figuring out how to move forward. So hopefully that's clear, and so I'll go through the list, but I'll call for anyone that needs to give the public comment in this earlier period, and then we'll have the later period if folks are still here. So with that, I'm gonna start with the sign-up sheet. Anyone who's online, you'll be asked by name as well, so don't worry. But we're gonna start with the signups, and John Pettit, you're first. Dana Larson is on deck. Yep. Yes, sorry. I'll go through the guidelines. Board of County Commissioners welcomes comments from the public. There are guidelines governing the comments to be sure they are appropriate. When you're called, introduce yourself and where you reside in the county. State the agenda item you're speaking to. Address the board, not audience or staff. Please silence your cell phones. The board does not directly respond to public comment, but the county manager may follow up on an as-needed basis on specific items. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board. That time cannot be donated to other speakers. Please be respectful. We reserve the right to restrict a person's opportunity for good cause. No comments that are lewd, offensive, inflammatory, hateful, defamatory, or discriminatory in nature. No outbursts of any kind. comments such as promotion of a for-profit business are not permitted. Withhold remarks about pending land use permits or similar matters that could eventually come before the board on appeal. No electioneering comments. And finally, all materials, written materials provided to the county may be considered a public record and subject to release upon request pursuant to the Public Records Act, Chapter 4256 RCW. Thank you for your cooperation with all that. Mr. Pettit, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is John Pettit. I live out on Rich Road. And yes, part of my field has water on it. I'm here in terms of making comment on the agenda item. It's section 6, item 1, and it has to do with the comprehensive plan amendment. And I very specifically am going to address issues regarding CPA 23, which is the Martin Way rezone. The commissioners made a move which appears to be nothing more than retribution or some type of hateful action towards me because, and I come to that conclusion, because this amendment that was being requested is very specific and very limited and to a parcel of land of which it benefits the county. You don't care about benefiting the county. You don't care about affordable housing. You don't care about additional income. Whatever reason that would prompt a person to want to take this item off, the Martin Way rezone, it would have to be certainly a major question. Now, giving it a little background so everyone has it, and I'm going to request that you reconsider and put this item back into the acceptance of the comp plan, which is, first of all, we'll go to Lacey Planning Commission. The fact is that the entire docket item was created based upon recommendations of CPED. You guys. Then, next. It eliminates dual zoning on a single plot. The City of Lacey had to make their review with their planning commission, and they unanimously supported it in an area which is going to be annexed by the city at some point. But no, John Pettit's having something to do with that, and we hate having him hold us accountable. So we're going to make a reason not to accept it. You haven't actually given one yet. A suggestion was made about the idea of having another study. Well, if it's a study regarding the entire corridor, then it would be something that you would do and would affect this property anyway. So that's BS. And candidly, it's not even financed or a program to be financed on a study. So we're talking years out on that. Retribution. So then the Planning Commission for Thurston County made a recommendation to approve it. But that is not what you wanted. You wanted to say, no, I recommend you go back, you include it, or at least minimum, you make a note that it's been fully considered within this calendar year in case there should be an action to put it on afterwards and backdate it to this year's worth of comprehensive plan amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Larson with Kathleen Snyder on deck.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Dana Larson and I live in Montesano. Please remove the Black Lake Quarry Zone from today's vote and put it on the regular docket. This decision today feels rushed, and it's not just a feeling. This rezone was folded into a comprehensive plan update year when you are already overloaded and hearings are stacked one after another, and that makes a big difference. The hearing on CPA 24 happened back-to-back with 2 other hearings, and that's not a realistic setting for you to absorb a complex site-specific proposal that involves many things: mining, industrial zoning, land next to a national wildlife refuge. It's certainly not a setting where you can speak directly to experts like hydrogeologists and really test what's being told to you. Other counties have fixed this problem. They simply don't allow applicant-driven rezonings during comprehensive plan update years. They separate the long-range planning from the private proposals, so decisions like this don't get rushed or buried. Pulling CPA 24 from this vote doesn't prejudice the applicant. The mine can keep operating just as it does now. What it does is protect the public interest and your own decision-making process. Please put CPA 24 on a regular docket where it can be considered properly and be given the time and attention it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Snyder with Ursula Euler on deck.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Snyder from the City of Everett, and I'm talking about the comprehensive plan update. I'm president of the South Sound Bird Alliance, formerly known as Black Hills Audubon, and I do not usually give testimony, but this Black Lake Resources land is so important to us that I'm here. Instead of making the rezone request part of the comprehensive plan update, we ask that you place the Black Lake Resources on your docket for 2026, when you will be able to deliberate with more time. You will also be able to hear directly from the county hydrologist about the groundwater implications of making this property rural resource industrial. RRI permits up to 70% impervious surface. This site between the Black River Wildlife Refuge and the Black River itself is exactly the kind of land that zoning residential 1 to 20 was designed to protect. Its high value for wildlife, especially protected species like the Oregon spotted frog, has been recognized both by our Audubon chapter and by this county. In 2007, Black Hills Audubon first wrote comments on proposals for Black Lake Resources, then named Rocky Quarry. The then owner proposed to build an asphalt plant or a concrete plant when the mine was depleted. Our Audubon chapter spent time and resources to bring a lawsuit. The settlement agreement was signed just 7 years ago in 2018. Like our Audubon chapter, the Board of County Commissioners also recognized the environmental value of this land. In 2007, when County Code 20.09B for residential 1 to 20 code was created, it included this clause, quote, protect public health and safety by minimizing development and avoiding incompatible uses in environmentally sensitive and hazardous areas such as the Black River Corridor, the Nisqually Bluff, and parcels completely covered by critical areas. Despite this history, on December 2nd, you voted to put the proposal rezone on today's meeting agenda for inclusion in the comp plan update. What has changed? Is reclamation the issue? No one can know what the final state of this land would be after reclamation. However, former mine sites in our state are now golf courses and public parks and trails. Industrial projects can be sited on less sensitive land. Please wait to consider the rezone request and place it on the 2026 docket. Thank you.
Thank you. Ursula Euler with Elizabeth McNaghy on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Ursula Euler. I am a longtime resident of Thurston County in the rural area southwest of Olympia and Tumwater. I'm giving testimony today on your agenda item number Roman numero number 611, the operating budget. I know you are adopting, you are held to timelines and deadlines of adoption. I'm not saying there should be any change today. However, there are always budget amendments. I was finance director for 2 cities for many years. There are always legally available budget amendment processes, and that's why I'm here today. I would like to request that you reconsider the budget for the court system. I only recently became aware that operating budget for the Thurston County court system is severely impacted by the financial difficulties of the county, and I want to appreciate that you are having to make very difficult decisions. However, I also want to point out we are living in a day and age of lawlessness already. And it is very, very disturbing, locally, statewide, nationally. I myself am also observing real concerning events in my personal life where I feel that lawlessness, not illegal actions necessarily, but lawlessness in terms of even our individual civil rights are being taken away locally, even by law enforcement. They are starting to make their own decisions. I know you're not overseeing that. That's an elected position. I'm just saying that out of my own personal experience. The money for the court system needs to stay. It needs to be valued, and it needs to be reinstated if that is possible at all as we go forward, and different solutions should be found. There is too much of an indifference between sheriff department funding, which they are lucky to have received, and then you have the other side that needs to be in balance with that, needs to be able to follow through what the sheriff's department does. So there's just a real imbalance, and I'm really concerned for lawfulness. I would like to see lawfulness and the rule of law implemented. I don't have much influence on Washington, D.C. at the moment, I feel, but at least I would like to continue to see that supported as much as possible locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth McNagny, Brett Clubb on deck.
Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment today. I'm Elizabeth McNagny, and my home is in the Springer Lake area. I respectfully ask that you remove CPA 24 from the package you are voting on today. On December 2nd, there was discussion about the need for additional industrial land to serve farms. There was a suggestion that rezoning this site would reduce pressure to rezone agricultural land elsewhere. But the county's 2023 industrial land study concluded that Thurston County already has sufficient industrial land to meet projected demand. That finding matters. When adequate capacity already exists, expanding industrial zoning is not driven by need. It is a discretionary policy choice. And making that choice next to a national wildlife refuge does not make sense on its own, even before considering the many other concerns raised tonight. Good planning follows the data. This proposal contradicts the county's own analysis and should be reconsidered. I also urge you not to rely on vague concepts like pressure. That term is ambiguous. It can be made to mean almost anything, and it cannot substitute for objective, documented need. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have Brett Clubb, Maria Treviso on deck.
My name is Brett Clubb. I live at 4135 Cooper Point Road, Northwest in Olympia, Thurston County, Washington. I'm grateful for the opportunity to come before you and share my thoughts about the Black Lake Quarry rezone. I think we should be practical and recognize that pausing this rezone in no way hurts the mine owner. Current operations can continue next week, next month, on into the future, just as it does today. In no way does pausing this process take money out of anyone's pocket. What it does is it preserves the process of examining this proposal deeper in next year's sessions. What does cause harm is rushing a decision that benefits one landowner while shifting long-term costs onto the public. If CPA 24 passes today, the public loses restoration, oversight, and leverage. CPA 24 is not an emergency. There's no deadline that requires action today. The responsible thing to do is to keep the status quo while you take a good, closer look This is not obstruction. It is good governance, what we've elected you for. Consider the precious wildlife habitat that will be saved by making a motion today to remove this from today's vote. The Black River is an important tributary of the Chehalis River, which itself is the most intact lowland river system left in western Washington. Bog and shrub swamp habitat, where Labrador tea can be found, is on the site. This plant indicates the locally rare peatland system, which is highly sensitive to nutrient loading and groundwater disturbance. Once conditions are altered, the habitat does not recover in any meaningful human timeline. Given that, it is not asking too much for you to pause the rezone decision long enough to get it right. Thank you.
Maria Treviso, Charlotte Persons on deck.
Maria Treviso. I live in the county up on French Road. I'm grateful I'm high and dry up there. Earlier you made a land acknowledgement statement, and I listened to those words, and I want the decision on CPA 24 to come into alignment with that statement about respecting the land and the water. I come from a long generation of hunters, gatherers, and farmers. I am indigenous to the Americas, as is my family. But I'm not blind to how we all, white, red, yellow, and black, come together to protect the land. And I'm grateful for all my relatives who are here today to speak to this. So I'm asking the board to remove CPA 24 from today's comprehensive plan and vote to place it on the regular docket. Don't rush this decision, and to try to think 7 generations ahead, because this isn't about just the next 5 years or the next 10 years. It's about 7 generations down the line. Because what we do today affects generations down the line, just like the people that built levees up in the northern part of this state, and now you got people under those levees dealing with the repercussions of that. Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, we got farmerland, but like the brother that was just talking about areas that are marsh and peat and wetlands, I'm Pueblo. You do not build your adobe house where there's going to be flooding even in 150 years. Bottom line, your house will melt. And we have a saying, you don't put your latrine or outhouse by your water source. You clean up your messes and you leave the place better than you find it. On December 2nd, you got incomplete and inaccurate statements about how this would not affect. So that's why I'm saying, really take a look. Don't rush into this. Really think about how this will impact other gravel and mining that's happening, such as old gravel mining mine up on Cooper Point Road. Is this deregulation going to let some people off the hook to clean that land up there on Cooper Point Road? There's a big thing with that. I'm forgetting the exact name, but it's the old gravel pit bordered by Division Street 26 and I think it's 21st. Despite the current abundant rain, we need to take care of our lakes, our waterways, and our precious aquifers. Water is life. So again, I'm asking that the board remove the current CPA 24 from today's comprehensive plan. Really take a look at it. Really take the data, and all my relatives already spoke to that. Take the experts, the hydrologists, and everybody else, and really take a look at this 7 generation thinking. Thank you.
Charlotte Persons with, next up, Garrett Katie.
I'm Charlotte Persons. I'm the new co-chair of the Conservation Committee for South Sound Bird Alliance, formerly known as Black Hills Audubon Society. And I'd like to reiterate some of the comments made by Kathleen Snyder and Betsy Norton, who are also members of Black Hills Audubon Society, formerly, and now it's South Sound Bird Alliance. First, as Kathleen Snyder said, our Audubon chapter has been trying to protect what is now named Black Lake resources for more than 2 decades. Please make the rezone request a docket item for 2026 rather than approving it within the comprehensive plan update. Second, I would also reiterate Betsy Norton's testimony, she'll say in a few minutes. Please do not create exemptions from SEPA for large housing projects. The current SEPA process provides analysis of potential environmental problems and a clear process for public comment. Without that, we fear that watchdog organizations and other citizens will have to resort to lawsuits over the environmental problems after the projects are built. We urge you to keep the current SEPA designation process. It provides transparency and prevents a lot of trouble for the public, the county, and developers. Third, I would like to speak about the climate change chapter. As you know, the public has been commenting on this chapter over the last 2.5 years. Our thanks go to you, the Planning Commission, and staff for responding affirmatively to those comments. However, at your December 2nd meeting, it was stated that language in that chapter was softened due to fears of being sued for doing its actions. At the beginning of the current comprehensive plan and all drafts of the update, there appears the same disclaimer. Items in the plan will only get implemented as resources available. So the county is not in danger of getting sued for using clear language and strong language and committed language in the climate change implementation plan. We ask that you ensure that the comprehensive plan update includes clear and specific commitments that will get us to the 2030 and 2050 targets in the Thurston Climate Mitigation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Garrett Cady, Bob Metzger on deck.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Garrett Cady. I'm a proceeding specialist with the Thurston County Clerk's Office, and I live out in the Yelm outskirts. I'm here today very much aware that the decisions to finalize this budget is likely to proceed without change, though I felt compelled to speak regardless. I understand that balancing the budget every cycle is a daunting task, and I appreciate all the work involved. With that, my purpose here is to ensure that the gravity of this decision is immortalized on the record when the inevitable consequences of these cuts manifest, when the judicial system shudders and the occurring liability creates a catastrophe. I want it clearly known that you were warned in detail by the judges, by elected official, by the Bar Association, many others, and by myself. We are the capital county, home of the state capital. We should be the shining beacon of judicial access for Washington state. Instead, with every poorly prioritized decision, we move further away from that standard. Because we are the capital county, we carry a unique burden. We handle a massive volume of both civil cases and Involuntary Treatment Act ITA cases for the other counties simply because it is more convenient for the state to file them here. Though the state does not always reimburse us for this disparity, a typical issue local government face, these unfunded mandates that consistently are passed into the law without much consideration, it seems, regarding the burden placed on us smaller counties. I understand that it is one of the root causes of our budget dilemma, lack of revenue. At least that's how it's been presented to us thus far. When we are aware of a lack of revenue, budget projections and forecasting should have anticipated this deficit, yet it always feels so last minute when the time comes to create solutions, if you could even call this proposal a solution. When there is a lack of resources, then it is obviously critical to spend wisely, and that requires proper prioritization of the spending of the limited budget. I have not seen that happening here. The priorities do not seem to be in line with the issues at hand. The budget you are about to finalize today reduces the clerk's office staff to levels not seen since the 90s. In the 90s, this county's population was roughly 160,000. Today, about 310,000. You're asking a 90-size staff to serve a 2025 population that has nearly doubled in size. That's about 92%. Our office staff has been stagnant in size since about 2007, yet everything around us continues to expand, which in turn requires more from our office to contend with. We are lucky to have some great employees. My coworkers are diligent, professional, experienced, and compassionate for the people we serve and the work that we do. By finalizing this budget, you are setting up a system where a single illness or absence could literally freeze the judicial process. We are practically operating at an almost 1-to-1 ratio of clerks to judicial officers. The Administrative Office of the Courts recommends multiple clerks per judicial officer. Well, I ran out of time, but my letter is on record for any of those who wish to look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Bob Metzger with Lawrence Jacobson on deck.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Metzger. I live in Delphi Valley up at the headwaters of the Black River. I'm here today to ask you to remove the Black Lake Quarry rezone request from the pending comprehensive plan update package and to place it on the regular BOCC docket. I truly appreciate all of the time and the thought that you guys have put into the rezone request to date. I'm deeply troubled, however, that the decision you reached on your meeting on December 2nd was based on inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading information. In answer to your questions about what reclamation would look like, staff consistently downplayed potential benefits and implied that reclamation would be limited. It would be focused on making the area safe and that the area would never again provide any usable habitat. RCW 7844, which controls the reclamation of surface mines and the mine's own reclamation plan, paint a much different picture. Recontouring the site, replacing topsoil, planting a variety of trees, shrubs, and grasses, and creating appropriate wetlands, ponds, and lakes will all eventually restore the mine property to rural home sites, habitat, forestry, and agriculture. Because the whole notion of reclamation seems to be so uncertain with so many opinions, and because the issue is so central to the rezone question, I encourage the board to invite the DNR expert in charge of surface mine reclamation in the county to give a presentation so that you'll all have a common understanding of what the mine would eventually become without the rezone. I understand that the mine is massively disturbed today. I encourage the board to broaden your perspective and think not in terms of today, but in terms of generations. 7 generations seems to be about right. What do you want the area to look like in 100 years? The board should also postpone the final decision on the rezone until you're able to see the copy of the hydrogeo report that staff referenced in their remarks. On its face, the conclusion by the hydrogeo that the rezone would be beneficial and would reduce environmental impacts strains credibility. Perhaps they were referring to the current mine condition and not to the potential reclaimed site. There's a huge disconnect between the Planning Commission and the board on this subject. This needs to be resolved to maintain the trust of the Planning Commission and the trust of the public. And finally, I would like to remind the board that Black Hills Audubon has a 2018 settlement agreement with the mine operator, or with the mine owner, to not build asphalt or concrete plants on the property. The intent of the agreement was to limit industrial uses of the land. Approving the rezone would rip up this agreement. It would authorize unknown industrial uses on the land in perpetuity. The rezone issue needs better information and more discussion. Please withdraw it from today's package and put it on a separate docket. Thank you.
Lawrence Jacobson with Betsy Norton on deck.
Hello, my name's Lawrence Jacobson. I live out of Scott Lake, and everybody said what I was going to say, so I'm kind of done. Just, let's not make the county any more problematic than it already is. And I was going to offer my services. You're probably not aware that I did a land use study for this county when I got out of college. And I've seen all kinds of things go wrong, and I'm seeing similar patterns. So I don't even know if you guys still have it somewhere in your history file, but we could learn a lot from watching what I saw, what happened, and seeing where we are now and what happened. Thanks.
Thank you. Betsy Norton, Vanessa Lavelle on deck.
Hi. My name's Betsy Norton. I live in Olympia, and I am also co-chair of the South Sound Bird Alliance Conservation Committee now. As I make these comments, please consider the current situation in Western Washington at this very moment. We're in the midst of historic flooding, road closures, and landslides. It's critical at this juncture to pay more attention to the environment and act on climate change. I support the comments made by all my colleagues, Charlotte, Bob, and Kathleen, and the other people. In addition to these issues regarding the Black Lake Quarry rezone, I'd like to add one more set of comments. I urge you to revert this request to the 2026 docket so that you and your staff have time to fully assess all the available documentation and revisit the site with people well-versed in wildlife, ecology, and water resources. So your decision is well-grounded in documented fact and you are valuing this site from all perspectives. Please read the actual mining permit reclamation plan and discuss it with DNR to find out what's actually is and isn't required for restoration under the current mining permit. Please consult directly with the county hydrologist and ecology regarding water rights, usage constraints, in-stream levels, and contamination pathways in case they constrain and threaten the adverse impacts on the National Wildlife Refuge and the Black River with and without a rezone. Please include talking to them about potential flooding and spill scenarios with industrial contaminants. Please walk the property with people who see and appreciate the ecosystem functions and wildlife at all levels, present on and adjacent to the site. U.S. Fish and Wildlife staff, birders, tribal biologists, ecologists, and hydrologists. As birders, we know the value of learning from experts who notice things we miss and understand ecosystems on a very deeper level. We urge you to take the time for this more in-depth consideration of this rezone and push this decision to next year's docket. Secondly, regarding the permit process changes, we urge you not to adopt the expanded exemptions from SEPA. While we understand the need for housing, we don't believe growth should proceed without sufficient environmental analysis. We expect that permitting larger developments without SEPA review will have more frequent and more significant adverse consequences for the county's environment and for our wildlife. The county doesn't have a process in the permitting stream that provides SEPA's cumulative and comprehensive look at the level and intensity of environmental impacts from a project. Leaving the process to the county's patchwork of siloed permits and environmental ordinances is likely to lead to gaps in analysis and missed cumulative impacts, which leads to worse habitat and species outcomes. Adopting the exemptions is not mandatory. Please don't approve the expansion of SEPA exemptions in the annual update. Thank you.
Vanessa Lavelle, Rhonda Larson Kramer on deck.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for public comment, and thank you all for the work you do daily for our community. My address is on Alpine Drive, Southwest Olympia, and I live very near this proposed Black Lake Quarry rezoning. I'm asking you to remove CPA 24 from today's vote and restore it to the regular docket in 2026. Under the requested zoning district RRI, various resource-related industrial uses would be allowed, and the site may be developed at a higher intensity than its current state. I pulled that from the information that was given. And I'd like to point out, as many others have, that this is adjacent to the National Wildlife Refuge, which exists because of its critical importance to ecological functions such as stormwater maintenance, water filtration, stabilizing water temperature, and these will be lost at a time when we need them most. Black Lake drains to Black River and then on to the Chehalis. These refuge lands help protect the waters before they reach our downstream fisheries. Industrializing land immediately adjacent to the refuge permanently weakens all of those functions. And I fear that we're losing our rural character and becoming more and more industrial warehouses. I oppose the proposed changes to the SEPA process as well. In this refuge, you've got spawning and rearing habitat and migration corridors for steelhead, cutthroat trout, coho, and chinook, and my favorite elk are also there. There's 150 species of migratory birds. There's the Olympic mud minnow, which is a species of state concern, and the endangered Oregon spotted frog calls this area home. I believe these lands have intrinsic value and should be treated as such. I think it's worth postponing for a full evaluation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Rhonda Larson Kramer with Mike Parsons on deck.
My name is Rhonda Larson Kramer. I live at 1814 Eastside Street Southeast in Olympia.
If you could remove the Black Lake Quarry rezone from the comprehensive plan vote, you would be doing the right thing. It is also the ethical thing to do. There has been repeated confusion about whether this rezone would increase environmental protections. It does not. In fact, it removes the county's strongest tool, the special use permit. The special use permit requires environmental review, hydrologic analysis, enforceable mitigation, and public notice. Once it is gone, future industrial uses rely largely on baseline zoning standards and state permits that aren't site-specific and are often reactive. In other words, the state permits won't prevent a problem if they do anything. It's merely to react to a problem after the damage has become irreversible. The bogs at the refuge are uncommon in this region. Most wetlands are not bogs. The National Wildlife Refuge was formed mainly because this is not a common habitat. The fact that Labrador tea grows in the bogs there is a big deal. That plant is an indicator species. It indicates that the water here is healthy and the hydrology is functioning properly. It's sensitive to things that alter that hydrology. You might be thinking, well, there's already a lot of alteration at the mine. What could be worse than what the mine has already done? This thinking is understandable, but it's incorrect. A mine is disruptive, but it is finite. In contrast, permanent industrial development alters hydrology permanently. It adds chronic pollution. It eliminates any path to restoration. For a bog system, that is often worse than temporary mining. The continued presence of Labrador tea tells us this bog has not crossed a critical threshold yet. Bogs aren't temporary landscapes. They take thousands of years to form. Let me repeat, thousands of years to form. Once hydrology or nutrient levels are pushed beyond a tipping point, these bog systems do not gradually adapt. They flip. The conditions that support species like Labrador tea are lost and often permanently. I believe each one of you cares about environmental protection. If you care about environmental protection, eliminating the special use permit is counterproductive. That alone should motivate you to remove CPA 24 from today's vote. The wildlife refuge is special. Industrial zoning is not. Please put new industrial zoning somewhere else instead. Thank you.
Mike Parsons with Sedona Campbell on deck.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for, again, I don't know how many times I've been up here, but thanks for everything you've done and I've done on the budget side of things. It was painful to watch, but you made it through it, and I really, you did great things. I know it was hard. I've lived here for 63 years. My family's been here for 3 generations, and we are in the land business and the mining business. I appreciate all the comments that were brought before me, and for them to take their time and come and speak. And I listen to those, and I try to gather as much as I can. The facts are, this has not been rushed. We made application 4 years ago. I've been to open houses. I've talked to a lot of people. We made changes to our original request based on what we heard from the community. We went from light industrial to RRI. We removed 24 acres of critical area that I own along the estuary, the Black River. I've made offers to grant that and gift that property to an organization like the Capital Land Trust or Fish and Wildlife. That is what we are planning to do with that, because they can manage it better than we can. There was an industrial land study that was completed in 2023, of which was requested by some of the community at the time, and so the county delayed the process until we can get the industrial land study. I heard some comments earlier. That is not correct. The industrial land study does call out for a larger parcel of land to not have sprawl of more more rural resource in the county. The county currently has 50 acres of rural resource zone land to support ag, forestry, and mining. That does not give us enough for our farmers, for our infrastructure that we're pushing for, which they need. They travel from different counties to supply and get supplies. The facts are, the gravel mine currently, the vision and the economic value is that we're sort of at the end of, we're getting through the mining process. Our vision is, what are we going to do next? This was a perfect transition to support real resource and businesses and transition the mine out of that and create some value by doing so. We got to look at the economic situations that we're in today. This was not an economic driver when I originally made application. This is not, but it is in these current times that we do need some economic value and some support. So thank you again for everything you've done so far.
Thank you. Sedona Campbell, and then Damia Jerling. I may have messed up that name, but Ms. Campbell, you got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sedona Campbell, and I am a senior at Tumwater High School as well as a Running Start student. Today, I'm asking the board to remove CPA 24 from today's comprehensive plan vote and place it on the regular docket. On December 2nd, the board received information that was incomplete and inaccurate, including claims that reclamation is not restoration, and that the mine is not regulated under current environmental laws, and that rezoning would reduce aquifer risk. These claims do not align with state law, the Planning Commission record, or the mine's DNR-approved reclamation plan, which requires the restoration of vegetation, soil stability, hydrology, and habitat. Rezoning does not stop mining, it stops oversight. Under rural residential 1/20 zoning, mining requires a special use permit that triggers environmental review. Under rural resource industrial zoning, that oversight is removed. This is especially concerning because the Black Lake Quarry borders on the Black Lake River unit of the Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge, which directly feeds into Black Lake. This area represents one of the last intact riparian wetland systems in the Puget Sound region and plays a critical role in ecosystem health. This site provides spawning, rearing, and migration habitat for steelhead, cutthroat trout, coho salmon, and Chinook salmon, which are state species of concern, as well as habitat for over 150 species of migratory birds. Beyond wildlife, riparian wetlands reduce erosion, filter pollutants, and mitigate flooding by absorbing and slowing excess water during heavy rains. Recent floods across Washington state and the severity of them demonstrate how essential these natural systems are to public safety. A rezoning decision of this magnitude should not be made using filtered or contradictory information. So I respectfully ask the board to place CPA 24 on the regular docket so the full record can be reviewed before an irreversible decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Damia Jerling? Bierling?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I live in Olympia on Lily Road on the east side, in Commissioner Grant's location. I have a statement to you guys regarding Title II of the ADA. Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA mandates that public entities, including county governments, must ensure individuals with disabilities have equal access to all programs, services, and activities. This obligation extends to the clerk's office, which is a critical gateway to justice, records, and civic participation. I'm also autistic, so this applies to me as well. The closure of the clerk's office constitutes a direct violation of Title II because denial of access of programs and services. The clerk's office provides essential functions such as filing court documents, accessing records, obtaining legal forms. Closing it denies individuals with disabilities their ability to participate in these public services on equal terms. Failure to provide reasonable modifications. Title II requires counties to make reasonable modifications to policies and practices to avoid discrimination. Shutting down the clerk's office eliminates the possibility of modifications or accommodations effectively excluding disabled residents. Barrier to effective communication. Many individuals with disabilities rely on in-person assistance, accessible formats, and staff support to navigate complex legal processes. Closure removes these supports, creating communication barriers prohibited under Title II. Discriminatory impact. Even if closure is framed as a budgetary or administrative decision, the impact would disproportionately harms residents with disabilities who cannot access online systems, travel long distances, or navigate inaccessible alternatives. Title II prohibits policies that have discriminatory effects regardless of intent. By closing the clerk's office, the county fails its federal duty to provide equal access, exposing itself to liability under the ADA and undermine civil rights of its residents. I urge this office to immediately restore the clerk's office operations, implement accessibility audits, and ensure that all county services remain open and accessible to individuals with disabilities. Compliance with Title II is not optional. It is a legal and moral imperative. And I can email copy over to you guys as well. Thank you.
Those are the names from all the sign-up sheets. Are there other folks, before I go to the folks online? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Katarina Simons.
Ms. Simons, we are going to get to people online, but I have to catch the people in the boardroom first. We'll call your name.
Hello, my name is Michelle Peterson. I live next door to Ole High School, my alma mater. My name is Michelle and I live in Tumwater near Ole. I'm here to talk about the Black Lake Quarry rezone, but I want to step back for a moment and talk about process because CPA 24 highlights a structural problem that goes beyond this single proposal. Comprehensive plan update years are inherently overloaded. Commissioners are asked to evaluate dozens of technical updates, statutory changes, and policy adjustments all at once. That is not an environment that lends itself to careful scrutiny on site-specific applicant-driven rezonings with permanent consequences. When those kinds of proposals are allowed to move forward during 10-year update cycles, the process itself completes or compresses deliberation. Multiple hearings happen in the same day, your attention is divided, and you have to rely on staff summaries rather than deep engagement. We deserve the deep engagement. You aren't able to have direct conversations with county experts like the hydrogeologist. Many counties avoid this problem by deferring applicant-driven amendments during comp plan update years and considering them separately when they can receive focused attention. I urge this board to consider adopting that approach going forward. In the meantime, the responsible step today is to remove CPA 24 from the comprehensive plan update, or the comprehensive plan vote, and place it on a regular docket where you can slow down, speak directly with your experts, and exercise full legislative judgment without locking in a permanent industrial land use decision. Thank you.
Any other folks in the boardroom? Okay, I'm going to go to, in order, JJ.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for taking my testimony today. This is JJ Lindsay, and I'm a resident of Thurston County. And I'm asking today that you remove the CPA 24 from the package you're voting on. I'd like to actually correct something that was said at the December 2nd meeting about the reclamation plan on the Black Lake Quarry. Staff described the reclamation plan as being primarily about grading and fencing and safety, but that description is really not accurate. The actual reclamation permit requires a full revegetation, not just contouring and barriers. The plan requires that all disturbed areas be replanted, including areas disturbed during mining. It requires a detailed planting with 2 vegetation zones, 700 shrubs and trees per acre, along with grasses and ground cover, and it requires planting to occur as reclamation proceeds, not simply at the end. This is a substantive ecological restoration requirement tied to the special use permit and the reclamation permit. This matters because rezoning the site would eliminate the special use permit, which is the very mechanism that requires this level of reclamation detail, and which I am worried the landowner may be trying to avoid. Commissioners need to evaluate CPA 24 based on an accurate understanding of this existing regulatory framework. It isn't trivial and it is not automatic. Commissioner Klaus rightly questioned the details on this plan on December 2nd, and I thank you for that. She could not vote for this rezone based on the current lack of clarity and questions coming in from all around the county about the many problematic details of this plan. It was confusing to me during the December 2nd meeting that the other commissioners all characterized the rezone as being more environmentally friendly, though this clearly does not seem to be the case. Please remove CPA 24 from today's package and give this the time and attention the land and the people deserve.
Thank you. Katarina Simons is next.
Thank you. My name is Katarina Simons. I live in unincorporated Thurston County near East Olympia Elementary. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. On December 2nd, there was a statement made that the Black Lake Quarry rezone proposal was materially different by December 2nd compared to what it had been at the Planning Commission stage. But it was only 24 acres that were removed, and that change represents less than 10% of the site. A small reduction in acreage doesn't undercut the depth of the analysis that went on before it went to the board. The proposal still rezones roughly 250 acres right beside a national wildlife refuge, and the core concerns identified by the Planning Commission remain fully intact despite the removal of that 24 acres. Another thing that seemed to get lost between the Planning Commission and the December 2nd discussion was examples of what a reclaimed mine looks like. The Planning Commission got to see photos of the Chambers Bay Golf Course and other reclaimed mines. One in Pierce County is nice salmon habitat. Since there wasn't really good information given to you on December 2nd, it's really worth holding off voting on it until you can get better facts. It's not something that we can take back. Benefiting the single mine owner by relieving them of the restoration requirements is benefiting a single citizen, however deserving they may be, at the expense of the rest of the citizens, the habitat, our grandchildren that can use this land if it's able to be restored. Another process problem in terms of things was that you didn't get to talk to your own experts, and legislative decision making that is responsible depends on direct access to professional expertise. You guys are too busy to know everything you need to know on your own, and relying on a self-interested mine owner statements doesn't cut it as for your due diligence. So when you don't have access to that expertise, or it's filtered or it's summarized, you're missing important nuance. Commissioners really need to be able to speak directly with the hydrogeologists and other experts before making a permanent zoning decision. If those conversations haven't occurred openly, then this proposal is not ready to move forward. Slowing down is not a failure. It's what responsible policymaking looks like. So please remove CPA 24 from the vote today and put it on the docket. Thank you.
Gordon White.
Hi, my name is Gordon White, Olympia, Washington. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and thank you for all the work you do every day, County Commissioners. I'm commenting on Section 6 CPA 24. I support the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the proposal of the rezone for the Black Lake Quarry from residential 1 to 20 to industrial. The recent revision to remove the critical areas from the application does not change the proposal and long-term impacts from the future undisclosed industrial development. The applicant's reduction in total acreage does not change the issues identified by the staff report and the Planning Commission. The applicant is excluding land they could not develop anyway, since that acreage since that acreage is all critical areas. They can't develop it anyway. The current low-density rural zoning works best to protect and conserve the rural character and the critical areas along the Black River corridor. The purpose of the current zoning fits the site better. And let's be clear that this is truly speculative. It is not a location in the offing for another agricultural innovation park like in Tenino. I was involved in many phases of the agricultural innovation park through my work as a farmer for about 12 years in the county, then looking for options then for developing processing sites in the 1980s. As a planner then, helping gain state and federal support for Tenino's sewage treatment plant, which is critical for having an ag innovation park and other sorts of things that use a lot of water, processing water. And then later in my career, I was able to help fund the feasibility study needed to assess the need for ag and forestry resource sites for processing things like they do and this plant can be planned for the Ag Innovation Park. There's nothing like that for this site. We did a very detailed assessment of what's needed. that attracted federal and state funding to build the agriculture innovation park. There's nothing like that for here. And I can also say as a farmer, as things did centralize in the Twin Cities, Centralia and Chehalis, and then out in Montesano, and Elma and Montesano, they started delivering for us rather than going to the closer sites that had once been in Rochester. Also want to address again that the hearings examiner special use permit for this requires restoration as a component of the reclamation. It's a requirement. This rezone proposal also undermines the 2007 Growth Management Hearings Board order and state Supreme Court decision that required the county to do more around how to protect rural areas. And so they did a much elaborate outreach to figure out how to get ahead of those lawsuits and come up. And that's when the 1 to 20 zoning came up for the Black River Corridor, which really helped cut off future lawsuits. The county commission made a wise decision to do that and prevented further court litigation. The idea that a rezone would prevent mining into groundwater clearly misses the facts and conditions of the mining into the water table is not a given. It can only occur if ongoing groundwater monitoring shows it has a negligible impact to streams and wetlands. This was not mentioned to you at your December 2nd hearing, by the way. I think more study, it's definitely in all the documents that are available to see that it's not a given, that it can only occur if it's only in that shallow aquifer that's not connected to the Black River wetlands or the river. Thank you. So please concur with the Planning Commission recommendation to deny this rezone. Thank you.
Could somebody help me with the name? Anna Ramsey? Eyes aren't so good.
Anna Ramsey with a U.
Yep,
Anna
Ms.
Ramsey.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, I'm Anna Ramsey, and my home is at 1114 10th Avenue Southeast, Olympia. Please remove the Black Lake Quarries rezone from the comprehensive plan package. One aspect of this proposal has barely been discussed, even though it carries serious long-term risk. Along with CPA 24, the county is also changing development code in a way that would allow meat or poultry processing at this site in the future. According to EPA discharge data, meat and poultry processing facilities are the largest industrial point source of nitrogen pollution to waterways. Nitrogen pollution is a chronic problem. It degrades water quality slowly and persistently, and often it is allowed legally. This distinction matters. At the rezoning stage, you are making a policy decision about whether this risk is allowed at all. Once the zoning door is opened, regulation becomes reactive. Permits and standards can only respond after harm occurs. They cannot prevent it. A policy shows with consequence this significant should not be made quietly or quickly. It deserves focus and deliberation and transparency. It deserves a decision made on the regular docket. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brenda Wilmoth, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I did send in a written email, so I'm hoping that you received that. I live in East Olympia area, the old Chambers Prairie, for almost 70 years, and we're quite rural out here. I see wildlife a lot. I would respectfully ask you to remove CPA 24 from the comprehensive plan vote and put it on the docket for 2026 so the board can review the full and accurate record. On December 2nd, the board received information that contradicted state law, the Planning Commission briefing, and the mine's own DNR reclamation plan. Rezoning does not stop mining, it stops oversight. And the question that I would ask and should be asked is why was the original zoning put in place? Any permanent decisions besides a national wildlife refuge and a critical aquifer recharge area, the board should evaluate the complete record. Our fragile environment is what will mitigate our climate concerns in the future and take care of our wildlife who has no voice, and waters, and fish, and most of all, our drinking water. Once rezoning is done and development proceeds, there's no reverse or repair. I would like to see slower growth. I appreciate all you do and your mindful approach on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there somebody else online? Unmute yourself if you would like to give comment. Unless you're waiting for the end. I don't think anyone will be.
Krista Grayman, just unmuted.
Okay, go for it. 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Krista Grayman and I live in the Springer Lake community. And I request the board remove the Black Lake Quarry rezone from the comprehensive plan and put it on the regular docket. I also want to correct an error that was made on December 2nd. This is the claim that Black Lake Quarry is not regulated under current environmental laws because it is an old mine. That is simply not true. The quarry's operating permit has been updated in recent years, which means it is already subject to current environmental standards, including protections for critical aquifer recharge areas. But even legacy mines must comply with modern law whenever impacts occur or permits are modified. Rezoning does not bring new protections online. It removes the very permit that currently allows the county to require review and require mitigation. That is the special use permit. Legislative decisions should not be based on incorrect assumptions. Another thing I want to address is that this proposal shouldn't have been part of the comprehensive plan update in the first place. It should have been a docket item. That's the place to put site-specific rezones that are requested by a private party. This whole process has been messed up from the start. The way it was handled made it easier for it to slip through without the same level of scrutiny that docket items get. We can't go back in time. Putting CPA 24 on the regular docket would not reopen the hearing, but it would allow you to deliberate and ask questions directly to experts before making a permanent policy decision. Putting CPA 24 on the docket simply creates space for that middle step of deliberation, since that step has not yet occurred in a focused way. Thank you.
Thank you. Other folks online? Go ahead and unmute if you have public comment at this point. Not seeing anyone else? Okay, thank you, Shelley. Yep, come on up.
Shelley Willis, I live in rural Thurston County, 5323 Lemon Road. I'm asking you, I want to say thank you for the hard decisions you're making around the budget. As a director of a nonprofit agency, I'm also having to make some very hard decisions, but I'd like you to consider not cutting the Criminal Justice Treatment Act funds that are providing parenting classes and domestic violence support services in the jail. I have a lot of reasons why. It's a high impact, low cost investment. The program directly fulfills the CJTA's statutory purpose. The program addresses root causes to recidivism, and this program protects children and strengthens families. Please consider not cutting this program. Thank you.
Okay, last call on public comment. All right, we're going to move forward. I do want to let folks know it's 3:20. We have 3 public hearings set for 3:30. It's a policy of the board to recess the board meeting and take up the public hearings because they're noticed to be done in that time. We have other public comment related to that. This is going to be a long meeting. I warned you guys up front. But we will move forward at this point with county manager update.
Thank you so much, Chair. Many folks are aware their governor recently is in the process of declaring a state of emergency. And for the recent rains, wanted to highlight some work that our staff are doing and just give a quick highlight. I'll hand over to Assistant County Manager Josh.
Thank you, County Manager. The rainstorm we had last week was significant, but it could have been worse. What we learned from this weather event is that our public works and emergency services crews are well-trained, prepared, and coordinating. Road operations crews responded throughout the storm to keep the public safe by placing signs at water over the roadway locations and closing roads when necessary. A total of 4 roads were closed as a result of flood conditions. In coordination with emergency services, Public Works delivered over 5,000 bags of sand to protect structures and property, with 1,200 being filled daily to keep up with community needs. Following the weather event, crews are now busy cleaning up debris and assessing infrastructure for potential damages. This is the beginning of the storm season, but it was good to have that first initial test, and I want to say thank you directly to the Public Works teams and the emergency services teams for their coordination and keeping our community safe during these weather conditions.
Questions for county manager, assistant county manager? Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. Yeah. Good work. Next up is the consent agenda. We have items 1 through 17. Is there any request to remove an item? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I move to approve this consent agenda as presented.
Motion and second to approve consent items 1 through 17. Non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right. So we can take up, let's just jump right in. Item 6, sub 1, 2025 comprehensive plan amendments. We have Ashley arrived.
Can I request a 5-minute recess?
If we do that, then we'll come back with the public hearings. Is that your request?
Yes.
Okay, then we will.
I mean, you've got an opportunity for the staff to present, and then, I mean, there's people that are here specifically for that. They may want to leave after staff, or I mean, like, you'd be putting them off for like an hour potentially for the public hearing.
Given the gravity of the items that we're going to be voting on, I feel a 5-minute recess would be appropriate.
We're not gonna get this item done in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna call for a recess. We're gonna come back at 3:30 to do the public hearings, and we'll pick up the board meeting once those 3 public hearings are completed. So we're in recess till 3:30.
Recording in progress.
All right, magic words. Okay, it's 3:33. We are picking up with a set of 3 public hearings. We don't expect any of them to be too long, but we need to get them done. They are noticed for 3:30. First up is a public hearing regarding a non-exclusive franchise application. The purpose of this public hearing is to accept and consider public testimony on the proposed non-exclusive franchise application before the board. This is a hybrid public hearing. Those wishing to testify are either present, have joined by Zoom, emailed in comment, or mailed in comment. If you wish to testify remotely, please visit the Thurston County homepage online and select BOCC meetings, hearings, and work session agendas. The information to join this public hearing is remotely is posted there. If you do not wish to testify but would like to follow along virtually, please visit the Thurston County YouTube channel. Matt Unzelman, the county engineer, will provide information on this topic. If those on Zoom wish to testify, your name will be read aloud after those in the boardroom have completed testimony. You have 3 minutes to give testimony. Time may not be given to another person. When called upon, please state your name and address for the record. Public hearing is now open. Matt Unzelman will present background information, summarize any written comments submitted, and provide any additional information requested by the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. This should be a very quick hearing. So this public hearing is to receive public comment regarding a franchise agreement submitted by the Pioneer Service Company. RCW 3655040 requires that a public hearing be held for all franchise applications. Pioneer Service Company has applied for an agreement to operate and maintain a water distribution system with approximately 50 connections within the right-of-ways known as Madrona Beach Road, as well as Shaker Church Road. Public Works is requesting the Board of County Commissioners approve of the resolution granting Pioneer Service Company a franchise agreement for a term of 5 years.
Other questions from the board for Matt? Okay, we'll go to public testimony. No one has signed in. Is there anyone in the boardroom for this matter? Seeing no hands, is there anyone online here to provide testimony on this matter? Okay, then it looks like we can entertain a motion to close the hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Motion and second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Now we have 2 potential legislative actions.
I move to close the public hearing, well, we did that, and accept the application of Pioneer Service Company, Inc. for non-exclusive franchise to operate and maintain a water distribution system within Thurston County rights of way.
Second. Motion is second to accept the application for the franchise. Any discussion on this motion?
I have a question. So on the second action, it has the terms of 5 year. Does that need to be clarified within the motion, or is that?
I can clarify that for you. We're in the process of updating our franchise agreements. So we have reduced that term period from a 10-year period to a 5-year period so that we can quickly get all the contract language up to date and then consistent across all of the franchise agreements.
So it does not need to be clarified in the motion.
It
Two
says
motions we're
five.
gonna have.
Next motion.
It would be great if it was included in the motion.
You don't want 2 separate motions? That's what it's.
Let's just say for a term of 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to accept the application of Pioneer Service Company, Inc. for the non-exclusive franchise to operate and maintain a water distribution within Thurston County rights of way. No term needed. I was confused by that discussion.
At the end of that sentence that you just said, let's just say for a term of 5 years.
Is that yes, part of your motion? Yes. Mr. Vice Chair, second on that. Commissioner Klaus, I think?
Yep.
Okay, we need more further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Then we have a second piece to this.
I move to approve the resolution granting Pioneer Service Company, Inc. a non-exclusive franchise for a water distribution system within designated Thurston County rights of way for a term of 5 years.
This is regarding the resolution.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to approve the resolution. Discussion on that piece. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're welcome. One down. The next couple do have sign-ups, so it'll be, the next one is the Gorgas Open Space Tax Program application. Purpose of this public hearing is to accept and consider public testimony on this program application. It's a hybrid public hearing. Those wishing to testify, same advisements as before. I'm going to skip to the summary of what we're going to do here. Ashley Arai, Director of Community Planning and Economic Development, will provide information on this topic. Anyone on Zoom will be called at the appropriate time. You do not need to sign up in any particular fashion. You'll have 3 minutes to testify. You may not donate that to another speaker, and when you're called on, please state your name and address for the record. This public hearing is now open, and Director Arai will present background information, summarize any written comments that have been submitted, and provide any additional information requested by board members.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a public hearing on the Gorgas Open Space Tax Program application. This program is authorized under RCW 84.34, and it's designed to conserve rural and undeveloped lands by offering tax reductions in exchange for long-term open space protection. The current application before you is for a nearly 80-acre property located south of 17825 138th Avenue Southeast. That's between Bald Hill Road and Val Road Southeast in the Nisqually watershed. The applicants are proposing to enroll the entire property in the county's open space program. 15 acres would be enrolled under the farm and agriculture conservation land category. And this reflects the ongoing hay and honey production they have there, while the remaining 62 acres would be enrolled under the significant wildlife habitat area category. The Planning Commission did hold a work session on July 16th and a public hearing on August 20th, and they recommended approval to enroll this property in the open space tax program. And that's all my remarks today, unless there are questions.
Board's had a briefing on this matter at some point. And is there any questions though today? Okay, then we will.
I move to close the public hearing.
Nope, we have public testimony.
Okay.
That was just for the briefing part. I have 3 names signed up, one check not to provide comment, so we'll start with Daniel Bryan with Lola May on deck.
My name's Daniel Bryan, and I live right in the neighborhood of the same area that they live at. And I totally agree with the open space and for agriculture. I agree with all of it. What upsets me though is that the tax break that you're giving them for using this, for making it an open space, those taxes are passed off to the neighbors. And as me being a neighbor, it's not fair that because of what they do to their land, that their taxes get put on my property. I just don't think that's fair or right, and that's why I'm here to complain and protest.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Lola May.
I'm Lola May. I live right across from that property, and I agree with what Daniel said. It's not right or fair that we have to pay their portion of taxes, as our taxes are already high enough as it is. Putting us more taxes on us because they want a credit for us is unreasonable, and it's difficult as it is right now to pay these taxes and to bump them up because of them. It's not fair. Thank you.
Anyone else who didn't, either the person who did sign up and said no, or somebody that didn't sign up that wanted to provide? Yes, sir. Come on up.
My name is Morgan Redfield. I live at 18025 138th Avenue. I join the property line of this property. My biggest concerns is it was already denied once. And as far as I'm concerned, we're wasting our time and taxpayer money to be here again on the same subject. This affects more than just the people, but when we have to stop our jobs, I had to stop my job today to come back here today. And then I'm going to return to work in the dark to finish my job because I had to come here today because I feel it's important. It was mentioned that it was on all the property, but if 15 acres of that is still going to be agriculture, then there's no subdivision, there's no dividing the nature and what they're using for profit. They make honey, they sell honey, they process their hay, they sell their hay. They have no livestock. So they're still using their property to benefit and reap the rewards from their property. But then they're asking at the same time that there is no tax for them on the remainder of the property. They bought the property knowing what they bought. But now that they know that they can't use the back part, they want a tax break. And they say it's gonna be for animals. But they have trails, they have a big stage back there for playing music. They go through there every year with a tractor and they cut the trails so that they can use them all year round. So they're still gonna use their property for what they want and their use, and there's not gonna let anybody on there to monitor it because they've already gone through that with Fish and Game, wildlife. They've refused to let them go in to see the waterway for fish and things like that, that they had found fish in that same waterway down the road in a different development. But they've denied access to Fish and Game and Thurston County officials to go in to look at these items that are concerns, because salmon used to run through there many years ago, but because of people doing what they want on their properties out there, they don't no more, you know? And since then, since they've had the property, there's been culverts go in and different things go in that has hindered waterways and stuff like that. So I'm asking that you guys considerably stop and cease this from ever happening again, because I don't want to be here to have another motion and take time from my family, especially this time of year when we have taxes, we have Christmas, Thanksgiving, and everything that we're trying to do in our personal lives. It affects us in more than just somebody getting a tax break. And I don't want to pay their taxes. If they can't afford their taxes, then maybe they should sell their property or find a way to give it to Thurston County and let them manage it. That's all I have to say.
Hi, I'm Cindy Gorgas, one of the property owners. So I don't know anything. We purchased the property in 2020. We've lived next to it since 1982. I don't know anything about it ever being denied for open space. I don't know if it was ever, as far as I know, and I know the previous owner since 1964. And I don't think it's ever been an open space, and I don't think it was ever in timberland either. The Planning Commission approved the original open space application on August 20th was the actual public hearing. So that was approved. As far as the tax shifting, from what I understand, is a Department of Revenue issue. And so if this 79 acres is put into open space, from what I understand, we say save $1,000 a year on taxes, that $1,000 is split between all the units in the taxing district. This came up at the Planning Commission. They had talked to the assessor's office, and they estimated that for each person who would be impacted tax-wise, it would be $6 or $7 a year. And one of the planning commissioners said, if I had 80 acres next to me that I was assured would not be developed, I would pay $6 or $7 a year gladly. Yes, we will use the property. We will use the property to continue with the bees and the hay. We will access every corner of that property for fire protection. So if there's any more questions about it, please feel free. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone online for the Gorgas Open Space Tax Program application, public hearing? Okay. Then the board can discuss this further. We can maybe questions for Ashley of any sort. I may have a question for Ashley if you wouldn't mind to come up. Commissioner Mejia, go ahead.
Thank you, Ashley. Since it kind of came up at the Planning Commission, can you walk us through how the tax assessments work with the open space?
Yeah, sorry, I was referring to more detailed information from our team. I think Cindy did a good job of explaining it in general. This does come up with every open space tax application, sort of the shift. And my recollection is the $6 to $7 that Cindy referenced for the whole taxing district. So there's a 50% savings on the taxable value, which then, translates into a reduced tax bill. And that is carried by the entire taxing district, that savings.
Questions? My question was about sort of the timing of this action by the board. Do we have a need to finalize this before the end of the year? Could it be, is there any time element that we need to be aware of in terms of approval or non-approval?
There are timeframes related to open space tax applications. I do think, we have a 6-month timeframe that we're trying to adhere to from the time the Planning Commission heard it.
Could be approved in January, though, just theoretically.
We could approve it in January if the board
just wanted to be aware of
wanted the exact numbers that we could get from the assessor's office. We don't calculate that within CPED.
I would like to have time to explore it, talk about what's fair amongst ourselves and, just kind of philosophically understand what we've heard today and, those kind of considerations. If it's not time sensitive, that would be my thought.
Any other thoughts on that? My reaction, I don't know if this board has been through one of these applications. I know since I've been here the longest, I've done half dozen or so of them. So I kind of understand what the balance is there. And I think it's a good program overall, but I absolutely understand why, if you hadn't seen one before, you'd want to kind of have a board discussion about what we're trying to accomplish with the program. That's why I asked about time frame, if there was that latitude, in case a board member made that request.
Yeah. At first blush, I'd pay $6 to not have neighbors, but I want to understand it better what that means.
Yeah, and most of the open space tax program for the county is actually administered by the assessor's office. This is, a few of them come through the board process for review, because they include things like wildlife habitat, rather than just straight the ag and forestry open space tax program.
If they're gonna tax you at a use you're not engaged in, then you have a financial incentive to engage in that use to get the economic value that you're being taxed for. And that's a disincentive that then hurts our open, people that would like to keep the property in open space, and that there's value to that. It's trying to mitigate that reverse incentive is what the program's about. And so, we expanded, it predates my being here, but the program tries to expand on the narrower categories of the assessor's program so that we can not have people incentivized to develop when that's not even what they want to do, because they're getting taxed as if they were at the highest, best use. If it's, if the highest best use is if this is a development activity. So I understand the policies behind it, but I understand the way it works and understand why the neighbors would feel the way that they've come forward. So is there any additional, what's the pleasure of the board? We can take action, we can follow up with a discussion in greater detail.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, public hearing is closed, and is there any desire for moving forward on the approval, or would we like to postpone this for further discussion?
I'd love a work session to just talk about unpack the things that you just said and explore the things that the residents said and, try to, understand it a little better conceptually.
Okay.
I think if there's anyone needs more information, then we should honor that.
Any objection to that, Commissioner Klaus or Mejia?
I've been through open space applications before as well, so I'm not, but I respect the fact that commissioners need more information on it, so I'm okay.
All right, so I think if the board is consensus not to take action today, the application remains to be decided. I'm looking at Ashley. Look, give me a stink eye if I'm saying something that's not appropriate procedurally, but we'll have a follow-up session probably in early January.
Yes, Chair, we can definitely schedule the work session, but I look to the clerk. Are they fine procedurally?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's, we're gonna move forward then. Thanks, everybody, for coming in on this one. There'll be more follow-up from the board. Okay, we're gonna move to the third and final public hearing, which is the City of Yelm Annexation Interlocal Agreement. The purpose of this public hearing is to accept and consider public testimony on the proposed annexation, the interlocal agreement with the City of Yelm. This is a hybrid public hearing. Those wishing to testify are either present, have joined in by Zoom, emailed in comment, or mailed in comment. If you wish to testify remotely, please visit the county homepage online, select BOCC meetings, hearings, and work session agendas. The information to join this public hearing remotely is posted there. If you do not wish to testify but would like to follow along virtually, please visit Thurston County YouTube channel. Ashley Arai, our Director of Community Planning and Economic Development, or CPED, will provide some background on this topic. Those on Zoom will be called in due course. You will have 3 minutes to testify. You may not donate that to any other speaker. When you are called on, please state your name and address for the record. This public hearing is now open, and Director Arai will present background information, summarize any written comments submitted, and provide any additional information requested by the board. At that point, we will go to public comment, and I have the sign-up sheet in front of me. There are several people here to provide public comment.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Today's public hearing is for the interlocal agreement on a City of Yelm annexation proposal, and I do want to highlight we have staff here from the City of Yelm if there are questions. The city is proposing to annex adjacent unincorporated areas within the Yelm urban growth area. County and city staff have worked together to develop the interlocal agreement that covers 8 annexation zones around the city boundary totaling 312 parcels and approximately 1,228 acres. It is important to note that the county does not approve or deny annexations. Its role is advisory, collaborative, and protective of broader regional and unincorporated area interests. The agreement builds on prior city-county annexation provisions and has been reviewed by Public Works. We appreciate all their time, as well as the prosecuting attorney's office. Notice of the public hearing was provided in accordance with state laws for annexation proposals, and then additional outreach has been conducted by the city. Approval by both the city and the county is required for the ILA to move forward. Yelm will be holding their own public hearing. There was one held. They're going to actually be holding another one January 13th. And following that, the annexation proposal moves to the Boundary Review Board for final action. And that concludes my remarks. And Gary is here as well.
Questions for Ashley on this item? Or questions for Gary? Okay, then we will go to public testimony. First up, Margaret McLeod.
Hi, I go by Meg.
Okay.
I live in Yelm. I do know people who live on George Road. That's the Zone 8 area that's to be incorporated. I do know that those people deliberately live there because it was more rural, and they really don't have any understanding as to what any advantage is to them in terms of this annexation. People talk about maybe lower taxes, but we all know taxes do not go down.
Amen.
So you know, that they're concerned that they want to keep it that rural area. It's a tiny little area, you know, primarily George Road, and it's all very rural. I know somebody that has a hobby farm there with animals. There's a big horse thing there now with animals. And, you know, I don't understand whether the whole, you can cut out different zones in terms of the annexation proposal or not. But I would suggest that you look very firmly at that little tiny triangle of Zone 8 and not allow that annexation to happen.
Okay, I had 3 folks that said no, they didn't want to provide comment. I'll give you another chance to reconsider, but I have Alan McKenzie next, who did want to give.
My name's Alan McKenzie, lifelong resident of Yelm. My grandparents came here about 1870 or so. I live in my great-grandparents' house. It's on the historical register. When they came here, they had 1,200 acres, which basically was Yelm. In 1906, they made a first edition, Mackenzie's first edition to Yelm. In 1916, they made a second edition to Yelm. They had the city where it is today. They were a mile or 2 out of town, and I felt that that's why they did that. With 1,200 acres, they could have put the city right in their front yard. But they wanted the city over there. They didn't want to be in the city, but they were gracious enough to make the additions. I don't know, I'm sure you guys got this letter from September 8th. I submitted it. I'll just read it to you. It has come to our attention that the city of Yelm is proposing to annex 8 designated zones in the UGA. The Zone 8 property owners west of SR 507, representing the majority of Zone 8, respectfully request the city of Yelm withdraw our properties from further annexation consideration. Please find enclosed attachment A, which represents Zone 8 property owners who have signed a petition opposing annexation. Now, this is 100% of George Road, west of 507, which is close to 400 acres, of which I own over 200 of that. And some of the justifications for not wanting to be annexed is I have 2 conservation easements, which basically states my property stays in agriculture in perpetuity, no development whatsoever. Therefore, I see no reason to be annexed into Yelm. It doesn't make any sense. And then they said if we are annexed, classification goes to parks and open space. My property is already in open space. The point is no development, period. And the Thurston County Futures Fund is the one that purchased this easement. So they have a vested interest in this property also. Anyway, I agree to these conservation easements to conserve the rural land uses and character of my property. Annexation of my properties would be in direct conflict with the direct intent of the conservation easements and my values. My livelihood is based on the rural use of my land. Annexation will eventually take away my income sources, which would have a devastating adverse effect on my family's lives.
I have to ask
Please
you to
prove
finish
that
up,
the
sir.
democratic process still works and vote to exclude Zone 8 properties on the attached petition. Thank you.
The other folks who signed up or anyone else in the boardroom? Yes.
Good evening. Hope I'm the last person for you guys. My name is Janice Mugler. I own about 60 acres on that tract parcels 8 that the other speaker is discussing. Our property is mainly farming, agricultural. Although it's zoned for 1 to 5, we've never had the opportunity to change the zoning for the county. I'm wondering if there's not some way that this interlocal agreement can't do each area at one at a time instead of trying to lump all 8 sections into one approval. On George Road, there's all sorts of rural properties. We're at the headwaters of the Thompson Creek recharge zone. So quite a bit of our property is planted coastal redwoods, Oregon white oak, and we have seasonal swamplands all through our property. We have a herd of elk that move through our property all the way to the end of George Road. And we have bobcat, brown bear that come through our property and go around the George Road area. And we would like to see that stay in a rural area and in a rural management. So we would like to see us taken out of this annexation. But if they try to approve all 312 parcels at one time, then we just get thrown into the bunch of it. So I'd just like to bring that to your attention and see if there's not some way they can redo that and just approve each section one at a time instead of all 8 together. Because we would like to stay in the rural area and not be part of the annexation. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead. Go here and then go to Gary. And
Sorry, she wasn't the last one.
no, no problem.
My name's Elizabeth Burton Crow. I live at 14519 George Road Southeast in Zone 8 as well. I did submit a letter to you dated yesterday that hopefully is in your packet for you to look at what I'm about to speak to you about in more detail. But basically, I just wanted to outline my concerns, which are twofold. First, my concerns have to do with the primary objectives stated by the City of Yelm for the annexation as a whole and the interlocal agreement. The first stated objective is to increase the future housing capacity of Yelm. I understand that we're in a housing development shortage. I understand that the City of Yelm is one of the fastest growing cities in the state, maybe even the country. I've seen it with my own eyes, unfortunately. From where we are on George Road, we can see the large developments starting to take over. With that said, I've also seen the elk come down my driveway, and so we are in what I would call an enclave. We don't feel omitted from the City of Yelm. We feel like we are part of the City of Yelm in spirit, and I would say actually the heart of what the City of Yelm is at its core, which is a rural town. We have a really good football team everybody loves, and I think the Mackenzie Ranch is a beautiful example of that. So with that said, in the area that you're looking at, Zone 8, there's the area that will be open space, that is Mackenzie Ranch, and then there are 4 parcels, including where I live, that are currently zoned 1 home for 5 acres. Under the new zoning, they would become what's called low-density residential, which would be up to 4 units per acre, which would basically be a 20-fold increase in density. With that said, with those 4 units, or those 4 parcels, that would mean that we could do a total of 80 houses minus the 5 we already have. So if you're looking at everybody going to full capacity in this zone, you're gonna get a net total of 75 houses. And we all know that no one's gonna build up to capacity. So it doesn't achieve the objective of trying to increase the housing capacity for Yelm any more than a minuscule amount. I can see where, like maybe down the line, urban growth area, it does clean up a map by just making it clean and along 507. But with that said, below us is all unincorporated. So it's not like we're an island, you know, it's more like a peninsula. And I think given the fact that most of it is under a long conservation easement, that kind of negates some of the urban growth mapping that happened back in the 1990s, under which this interlocal agreement is based. So for those reasons, and the fact that it would then cause other burdens like tax burdens and oversight from the city versus the county, and our funding going to the city instead of the county, which we would personally prefer it to go. For all of those reasons and more, I would ask you to please consider at least omitting Zone 8 for now. You know, if not, sort of, as was suggested previously, maybe going each zone at a time instead of doing them all at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Gary Cooper, Planning and Building Manager at the City of Yelm. This is a staff-initiated proposal. A few things. One, I just want to be clear that this hearing is really about whether to approve an interlocal agreement as to what the roles and responsibilities would be between the city and county. If the city decides to annex, that would happen at a later date. There's another hearing that has to occur, and that would be a decision that the city council makes. Zone 8 is this green area. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but yeah, everybody. And that green represents what this zone would be if the city does decide to annex. It's an open space zone, no residential development. The lady is correct. There is a small area there that would become R4. It's a sort of a fraction of that. I guess this particular zone, the lady is correct that proposing to annex this particular zone is not intended to try to address the housing piece of the issue. It's intended to address the boundary piece for the city of Yelm. So we have really irregular boundaries. Right now our boundaries, if you look at it, looks like a puzzle piece. That results in a lot of inefficiencies, and in some areas more than others. You can walk out of the city of Yelm into the county, walk 3 blocks, and you're back in the city of Yelm again. You're going from Yelm Police to Thurston County Sheriff. You're going from Yelm Road Maintenance to Thurston County Road Maintenance. So there are a lot of efficiencies that we can create by correcting the boundary piece. The primary driver, though, is the basic requirement that we have under Growth Management Act to meet our projected housing needs. So as part of our comp plan update, Thurston Regional Planning Council did an evaluation of our land capacity to meet our housing needs by 2045, and we were in a deficit of about 2,500 houses. So a strong driver for expanding these boundaries was, in essence, to comply with state law. As far as the conservation easements are concerned, I want to be clear to folks that upon annexation, those things all remain in place. They don't go away, and nobody's required to develop their property. If you are in agriculture now, you can remain in agriculture. There's, the zone may change, but the use will continue to be allowed unless it was abandoned for a year and a half. So it's considered a legal non-conforming use. Mr. McKenzie, whom I believe I've spoken to, can maintain his easements and in perpetuity. So if you have any questions, fine. Otherwise, that's all I have to say.
Let me just keep you up there because there may be questions. Board have any questions for? I have a question about what you said at the outset.
Yeah.
Which is, I've looked at the map.
Yeah.
Didn't have it memorized, what's zone 8 and everything, and I've looked at the ILA, but it's been a little while. So I just want to clarify, the thing we're being asked to approve would not be, I know it has to go through a process, but would there be, it sounds like the Yelm City Council hasn't necessarily decided that it's gonna annex zone 8 or zone whatever, or have they already decided they want all of those areas included in a future annexation?
I would say until we take it to a hearing, I cannot say what the Yelm City Council has decided. They know what we're proposing, but they haven't made any votes on it. We, have discussed what we're looking at, but no one has made a formal commitment one way or the other. I mean, I will point out that it's problematic when from the there are some annexation laws that would definitely restrict how parcels could be viewed to be left in or out of the annexation. We can't create islands. We're not supposed to create highly irregular boundaries. So those are the guidelines I will give them.
Chair, if I could.
Yeah.
I think, thank you for being here.
Sure.
The speaker started off framing what this action is. It's to enter into that interlocal agreement. That interlocal agreement is important for the county so that the county is situated in the annexation process to activate its rights and other considerations. It's not actually the annexation consideration at this time.
So what happens if that ILA is not entered into? Does that not allow us to engage in the discussion and they take action anyways?
Ashley, do you mind stepping to the podium?
Well, I'd just say if it's not entered into, this particular annexation procedure that we are following would basically be null and void. We would have to start over with a different kind of procedure.
Actually, answer the question as it applies to Thurston County.
Go ahead, Ashley.
So they would have to fall under a different annexation procedure. And the recourse that we have essentially is to appeal boundary review board decision. So rather than an ILA initiated annexation, it would be another form of annexation. There are a number of ones allowed under state law. And so the ILA really presents an opportunity for the county and city staff to engage in discussions to make sure the best interests of the county as well as the city are reflected. But that would be the alternative, is an appeal.
So the best interest of the county could be accomplished through the ILA, which is what we're doing now, or it could be accomplished through the conventional process, which is an appeal, and it's the county versus the city of Yelm. So we do it together at the front end, or we do it separately at the back end.
Commissioner Fournier?
You talk about the interest of the county. I think about the interest of the people that we represent. And I hear a resident saying, well, 50% of this property is mine and I don't want to do this. That I'm sympathetic to that. Then I hear, that Yelm would be responsible for the roads. And I would say back to him, I see videos of Mayor DePinto at night filling potholes. So that might be a good thing for you. But, that was a joke. I don't know, you gotta follow him on Facebook. I would have a hard time not, being sympathetic when somebody says, well, 50% of that is mine and I don't want it. Even, can you speak to, what, not Mr. Yelm, the county representative on behalf of the citizen of the county, can you reassure our resident enough that, you don't lose, that use of your land, your rights are preserved even though that boundary changes? I hear Mr. Yelm saying that, but Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, rude, but the Yelm representative saying, trust me, trust me, trust me,
So working with Mr. Cooper, we have looked into the codes that would apply under the new zoning. And Mr. Cooper is accurate. They would be able to continue their agricultural use as long as it doesn't lapse for, I think it's 18 months? For a certain period of time. So it does, their agricultural use could continue.
And just to restate something that our CPAD director, Ashley Rye, mentioned, this is not being initiated by the county, but the county is working in partnership with the city of Yelm to, as Assistant County Manager Josh Cummings said, for an approach where we develop an ILA at the front end, and that's a pathway for annexation. That's the partnership that we've been having with the city, and I think it's productive. And so that's important because it's not something that the CPAD is initiating or assembling these parcels. That really is a city's priority based on what they're trying to accomplish within their jurisdiction.
What I'm trying to, hold on, ma'am, what I'm trying to figure out is the scope of the decision before me. Because I have some of the concerns Mr. Fournier has. If I were on the Yelm City Council, I would want to hear more about whether that piece should be in or out. But if that's not what I'm being asked, if I'm just being asked to set the ground rules for how the county and city will work through any of these annexation pieces, because I know a lot of them make a lot of sense, then I don't have to worry so much about that. You guys should go to your Yelm City Council members and fight that battle. But if what you're telling me is us approving this is us basically saying we agree with all of the annexation boundaries as they're laid out, then that's a little bit of a different question.
But the question is whether you're gonna agree to the whole thing as a whole.
Yeah.
Or whether you're going to say, we agree to a process where some can be excluded.
So, the ILA is really, if you look at the details of the ILA, it's basically if the city were to vote to annex this territory at a later date,
Yeah.
at a public hearing, after an open house that we're gonna have at the end of this month, and then a public hearing. If the city decided to do that, here's how we would transfer responsibilities, or transfer stormwater maintenance records, or any SEPA mitigation the county might have had, or transfer permitting responsibilities that are underway within the UGA. It's really more of a, how do we hand the baton off if the city does decide to annex? You approving that does not mean that you approve of this boundary, because that really still needs to be decided by the city council.
Yeah, the ILA is a mechanism of partnership. It's not a pre-annexation agreement.
Commissioner Mejia.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you kind of for a lot of the clarification. Mr. Cooper, before you go, I do have a question for you, I'm sorry. I'm wondering, where Yelm is in this process?
Yeah.
Have they approved the ILA, or, when is it set to come in front of them?
Okay, so we thought we approved the ILA, but there was an error on the agenda, so we're going to have another hearing on the ILA, and that's scheduled for January 13th. We have an open house on December 23rd at our community center. We mailed letters to every property owner within the proposed annexation area with a frequently asked questions flyer to try to address these things about agriculture and sewer and water and all that. And then we are tentatively going to have a hearing before the city council for them to decide whether to adopt the annexation on January 20th.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay.
Ashley, I have a question for you in terms of, so, in terms of like where the county's at on, and kind of hearing some of the concerns from constituents today. As we have the public hearings, I remember when we did it for Tumwater, we had a joint public hearing between the city of Tumwater and the county commissioners. Is that the same kind of process that we would follow in this situation?
We did make that request to Yelm, and they preferred, just with all the scheduling, the holidays and budget, to have two separate public hearings. But that was the intent for the ILA. I think that is also the approach that the board took with the Lacey, the most recent Lacey annexation. So you're allowed to have separate ones or joint ones, but just from a feasibility perspective, it proved to be hard for Yelm City Council.
So per the ILA, we are not committing ourselves maybe to Zone 8 being annexed, right? We're just saying like, these are the areas of interest. The city of Yelm is going to have this conversation and see which areas they are, they can possibly realistically annex, and then have that conversation with the county. Is that?
I think the good way to think about it is, if Zone 8 gets annexed, then what concerns do we want to see reflected in ILA in terms of the transition of the services, transition of the roads, transition of services like the sheriff's office and things like that. And that's really the intention of the ILA. So the city will set that boundary, whatever that boundary ends up looking like. How do we make sure that that transition, happens as smoothly as possible?
Because, Commissioner, if I could add, it's not the county that is initiating which areas are zoned to be annexed. So I would say that if commissioners have concerns about what the city of Yelm is annexing, then I think that there could be an opportunity for us to engage with Yelm and talk that through in detail.
Thank you. Yeah, because I was going through, I remember when I first got elected, there was a Lacey process that we walked through and there were, during that time I had a lot of questions about, well, what is the appeal process for that? And from what I remember, there had to be like very specific reasons why the county objected. And looking towards Commissioner Munster, because you've probably done more of these than I have. And so I'm just, so if we were to do this in the back end, it would have to be pretty prescriptive on the reason why the county was objecting?
Yes, and I would say that the process does favor the cities. So the ILA process is important because then we, from the outset, get to in partnership, frame that conversation and frame what that handover looks like so that our interests are considered. The other way, they could move forward, the city could move forward, and then we're now appealing the process, or appealing aspects of things in the handover. So that though needs to be clear that it's not this body that's initiating the annexation. It's not this body that's considering different parcels. It's really the cities that get to do that. They're the ones that initiate that.
I mean, just to put a finer point on that, I think going to Commissioner Mejia's, what she's asking is when would it be appropriate for us to say no, right? It was, when I joined the board, it was really random. And there was a history of it being really random. So very first 6 months I was on the board, this is 2019, there was an agreement worked through. Now, I think state law is actually, they passed something in state law after that, but we were kind of ahead of that saying, we're tired of this, like, no one knows who's gonna oppose on what ground, maybe there's a really, lucrative store there, or that's just my neighbor. I mean, it was random. I remember just feeling like, what are the I had got an annexation, I think my very first week or month on the board, and I remember just being like, on what criteria am I supposed to decide to do this or not? I called the mayor of Lacey and talked it through and talked to the county manager and stuff. But what we did, and this goes to Commissioner Mejia's point, is we came up with an agreement, which I think is enshrined in state law, that basically says, as long as they follow regular, don't, like what Mr. Cooper summarized, as long as you don't create islands, follow regular boundaries, it essentially you go with the city's proposals as long as they're logical and not cherry picking things. So it kind of gave the county protection in a little way, but a little bit less of that authority to just kind of randomly object in the other way. So it's trying to strike the balance there. So that's why I'm questioning in the way I am, looking to the citizens, that like, I'm gonna look at the maps. I did look at the maps. They didn't seem out of line based on the rules that we are supposed to follow. And now it kind of falls on the city to decide what they want to do. And I would encourage, if I thought something was amiss, I'd call the mayor myself, and you guys should reach out to your council members and talk about what you think that Zone 8 ought to be in terms of their strategy for annexation. But that's the process, I think, because it gave us a set of rules and criteria to apply.
That's right. Can I jump in also?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Mensah, for that history, since we're going back in the history. What you experienced initially was very reactive, and the commissioners at the time were frustrated that they hadn't heard from citizens until the very last minute, and they didn't have a chance to know what some of the concerns were because we didn't have the ILA procedure. So you're right, we've worked with the city of Lacey and other communities to have the ILA enshrined into state law, which is now proactive. So you're hearing at the front end the concerns of the citizens, so you can have those conversations with your fellow elected officials in the city of Yelm. It's not at the last minute, you're not reactive. So this is really that legislation coming into play in a positive way. And so I think that's great to have that history, the community hearing this as a proactive, the board not having to be reactive at the last minute and do appeals to the city's applications. This is a really positive thing that's happening right now. So I know It can be difficult in terms of the boundaries, but in terms of the process, this is a positive process.
Yeah, it would get combative, because something like what is being proposed here, we'd get it, and then it was like, our choice was either to file an appeal, and like basically fight the city in court on behalf of some residents in our county that didn't want to become part of the annexation, or to let it go, and that didn't feel good, that whole process, so getting out in front of it and kind of working it through collaboratively is a little better.
That's right.
Anyway, other questions? So, I guess for me, I know Commissioner Grant, this is your neck of the woods. What is your feeling about this?
Well, I think that, this is my first rodeo, folks, so, I'm learning and listening and trying to understand, all of the different moving pieces, but it seems to me that, it is in the cities. I really would encourage all of you to go next week. So there's an open house, first thing, that's the 23rd, and, hope to see you all there. I should be there too. And then definitely, I think on our end, as the Thurston County side of things, that we should move to approve the interlocal agreement. I know we need to close the hearing, but, and that, so that we are aligned, so that we can set up, the different things that the baton would be handed to, on our side, because I think at this point, I do think that the city of Yelm would be, I went out, I just want to be real clear, I went out the other day with city of Yelm and, folks, and we went from on a little let's play what's Yelm and what's not Yelm tour, and it was definitely, so there are lots of pieces of this puzzle, maybe not zone 8, that really need to get updated. And it'll make things a lot easier for Sheriff Sanders, for, for lots of different people who are in play of like, does the sheriff respond or is the city responding? And that's a big part of this. And so I think we want to make sure we set everyone up for the best next steps. And so I think that moving forward with the interlocal agreement on our end would be a good idea.
Any other discussion before we close public hearing?
No, I'm sympathetic to the citizens that came and spoke. I know that, sometimes rural residents are a little less trusting of government, and I get it. And sometimes it feels like if they're doing anything, it's just tightening the noose. But when it comes to these annexation processes, the county is not in the driver's seat. So, I understand and respect the move to try and sign an ILA at the outset to get in to a position where we can best negotiate. But, typically the vice chair makes the motions, but I will defer to the Yelm representative to make a motion on this. But I'd move to close the public hearing.
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, public hearing's closed.
All right, I move to approve an interlocal agreement with the city of Yelm for the annexation of the unincorporated territory within the Yelm urban growth area. It's all written in front of me. So encompassing a total of 312 parcels and approximately 1,228.42 acres, and to amend the agreement to reflect the correct city of Yelm public hearing date, and to authorize the county manager to execute the agreement as amended. Discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to approve the interlocal agreement. Discussion on the motion.
I will just say that I want to make sure I give my card to you guys, each of you guys. Happy to meet with you guys and to help partner to try to have this discussion, to facilitate the discussion with City of Yelm, because your voices do matter and they matter to me. And so I want to get those to you before we go, and hopefully we'll work and get together with folks and work together, okay?
Any other discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. All right, that concludes our 3 public hearings. We're gonna jump back into our board meeting where we left off with item 6 sub 1, which are the 2025 comprehensive plan amendments. Madam Clerk, can we just keep going or do we need?
Keep going.
Okay.
on forever. And then you can-
Just wait, just a moment, get Commissioner Grant. Okay, I think we need Ashley back for summary of this item. Order. Here we go. 2025 comprehensive plan amendments.
This is a big day. Good afternoon, Commissioners, again. So before you is Thurston 2045. This is the county's periodic update to the comprehensive plan and a huge milestone in our long-range planning work. This update reflects more than 2 years, nearly 3 years of effort, including updates or additions to over 790 policies, more than 60 community engagement opportunities, over 40 planning commission meetings, 10 board briefings, 3 public hearings. The result is a coordinated, forward-looking plan that reflects a 20-year vision for growth and stewardship in our unincorporated areas of Thurston County. This couldn't have been done without the amazing team members I have sitting here and then also sitting back in our department. Their professional integrity and care for this community are truly commendable. Under RCW 36.708.130, the comprehensive plan may be amended only once per year, which is why your agenda includes 2 related actions. The first is a resolution to adopt amendments to the comprehensive plan text and land use maps. And the second is the implementing ordinance to align development regulations and zoning maps so the plan is fully consistent. Your 2025 comprehensive plan amendment package includes 3 separate docketed items. So the first one, the one I've been talking about, is Thurston 2045 and related updates to the Grand Mound sub-area plan and development regulations. It also includes an item you heard a lot about during public comment. This is the applicant-initiated Black Lake Quarry Land Use and Rezone Amendment for approximately 247 acres of 4741 88th Avenue Southwest. And finally, the package includes updates to Appendix G, the Capital Improvement Program, which we also presented to you as part of the comp plan during our work sessions. And this maintains consistency with the county's budget. I want to thank you all for your thoughtful and balanced consideration. I know these policy decisions are complex and challenging, but we really appreciate your leadership throughout this process. Happy to answer any questions.
Ashley, there was a lot of shuffling and door moving at the very beginning of that. Can you repeat how many items, the 790 plus, and the other highlights of this great work that your staff has done, please?
We've got 790 policies, more than 60 community engagement opportunities. Most of those were in the evenings and weekends for our team, and the planning commission members often joined us as well. We've got 40 planning commission meetings that often ran over. They didn't stick to an 1.5 to 2 hour timeline. A lot of those were 3 to 3.5 hour meetings. Of course, 10 board briefings. You've spent a lot of time with this plan as well, and 3 public hearings.
Thank you.
Questions for Ashley at this juncture?
Sure. I guess I go first.
Go for it.
There's been a lot of public testimony today, and there's been, plenty of public comment that we've got. A lot of it has been kind of the same things that have said. There's themes, and a lot of it is, there's been a lot of comment on the December 2nd meeting. There's been a lot of back and forth or, kind of recharacterization about the difference between reclamation and restoration. There's been claims from the public that the information that the commission has received is not accurate, or we haven't had access to experts or staff or information. There were claims that this has been rushed. Some of the claims made by the public are in contrast to the information that we've been provided by our experts and by our staff. And I'd like to know if we can reconcile any of that right now. You know, there was an email that was sent from a resident that had a point by point critique of some of these comments. And there was a response that was provided by staff showing that many, if not all of those claims were absolutely inaccurate, or there was a response to them. Is there an opportunity where you could kind of speak to that for us, please?
Yeah, thank you. I can speak to it at a high level. I mean, we definitely appreciate the time and care the community members have taken to engage on this, in this process, and the broader comprehensive plan. And those concerns, relate to mining impacts, groundwater protection, and of course, reclamation. I will say several of the assertions that you heard today and you've received in writing leading up to this do reflect some misunderstandings about our code, the development code that we are obligated to implement, as well as how SEPA review works and the kind of analysis that we have to do. I would say right off the top, industrial zoning still requires special use permits for mining activities, mining expansions. The county does not lose that level of oversight through this zone change. So if the mine were to stay and expand in any way, they would still have to go through that process. And all of our current regulations for mines would apply. Secondly, I would like to highlight that our CPED's hydrogeological analysis, and we do have our hydrogeologist here, and we've been in alignment this whole time, appropriately compared the environmental impacts of the proposed action against the existing lawful baseline. So under state law, we have to look at what is there today. What's vested is, a mining proposal versus a future restored state. Under any zoning, any future development would have to comply with all current environmental protections, including SEPA. There would be additional SEPA, even on any future proposal under current zoning or future zoning, as well as the application of our critical areas ordinance. Misunderstandings about my comments around environmental impacts are really focused on, if you pop up a critical areas map today, a lot of the site is covered by wetland buffers. Those critical area protections for wetlands and wetland buffers didn't exist when the mine went in. Those are the kinds of critical area protections that we have today that we wouldn't have had in 1980. That doesn't mean that there aren't environmental protections that, of course, DNR track and we track for a mine proposal. It's just a different level because of all the additional regulations this county has put in place. And then finally, I will say reclamation also applies regardless of zoning. So DNR holds the reclamation plan. It is focused on, I actually looked up the definition in the RCWs. It's focused on soil stability, water conditions, and vegetative cover. So yes, they will have to put in new vegetation. The more intense vegetation will be focused on slope stability. So in those 2-to-1 slope areas, post regrading, while the remainder of the site has to be covered in ground cover, like a mixture of grasses, native grasses, and low shrubs.
I got a couple of questions, kind of following up on Commissioner Fournier, just that came up in public comment that you might be able to address. One was, there was a lot of calls for putting this on like next year's docket so that more study could be done. And, I remember that this was been on the docket before the comp plan update. And so I guess my question is, then it ended up going forward this year, but if it were to be put into next year, what more is left? What would be studied? Like, what would happen? What would be studied? What more studies weren't done that should have been done or could be done? Like, what would that be?
So that would
Further
be,
study.
Yeah, that would be by direction of the board, because we are at the final step in this process that started in April with the community open house.
Actually, if I could, I think, are there other studies that could have been done that weren't done?
Do you feel there's something left to be studied on this proposal before the board makes an appropriate decision?
Not with a non-project action under SEPA.
So I think the question is, based on community comments and concern, the word even rushed was used. Is it your opinion, or your staff's opinion, that this was somehow rushed and that there was other due diligence that we should have done, but we just disregarded because we're trying to get to an arbitrary timeframe?
No, we followed all the state laws and our local codes for the review that needed to be done. And the planning commission did spend 4 work sessions with this as well, doing a very thorough review and asking lots of questions that were responded to by our staff.
The other one that was just kind of a discrepancy for me is I heard several people say that we don't need industrial lands, because through the study, and we paused a whole bunch of projects to do a study so we could kind of make this with some data behind it. And I heard some people say we don't need it, and then heard other people say, well, we do need larger parcels. My recollection was that Thurston County had enough industrial land, just like of a certain kind of generic type, but there were certain deficiencies in having large parcels with utility access there were certain types of, there was a little more nuance to it, was my recollection, and that there were a lack. I'm just making sure that I remember correctly how this project would connect to the industrial land study, because I heard both arguments made.
At a very high level, what the industrial land study said is you're just looking at acreage, the acreage exists. Once you start drilling down into the nuances about do you have the right acreage with the right access to utilities, then you see where there might be deficits. But it didn't identify, how they'd be addressed.
That's
but they
where
do
this one gets
identify.
hard for me, because like in my mind, you have to look at the whole county holistically, and you have to take in the whole inventory of all these different land use types. And there is a deficit of ag support, there absolutely is. The EDC's got their ag economy study from 2016 saying you need to have things like cold storage. You need to have these things that are allowable in RRI, or you will continue to lose farmland. It'll be converted into other things. Development pressure happens. So this, in my mind, I did hear things saying that this doesn't alleviate pressure from, development into ag properties, but I don't know, that doesn't jive with me. Can you speak to, I think you already said it. Are there industrial properties available that support ag that are zoned that way in the county? This seems like, from what I've asked, I think we've had this conversation, that there are no RRI zoned properties anywhere else in the county, something to that effect.
There is not a huge amount of rural resource industrial. There are industrial zone parcels within Grand Mound. That is where most of the county's industrial lands are.
So this is a big item with a lot of things embedded. And both from this perspective of what it covers, that's kind of, we're all in agreement on. There's a proposed motion about some ADU elements. There may be, further discussion on Black Lake Court. It was interesting to have it was interesting to me to have all the comment today about this Black Lake Quarry, because there's a lot of stuff in here. ADUs, I was outvoted. I think that having detached ADUs is incompatible with the 5% sustainable Thurston housing thing. My C-mates didn't agree. We had a further discussion on that though this morning, and I think there's gonna be a proposal to make an amendment there. We had cluster developments. We had the 5% rural growth target as an item to be discussed in the comp plan. We had an amazing amount of work with stakeholders and board members on the climate element. Nobody's here to talk about any of that. That's probably a good thing. It means that a lot of hard work was done, and I guess I want to say on this item that whatever I didn't quite get my way on, I'm proud of this document at a large level. Josh mentioned how many 700 and something policy items are in here, and they're mostly agree. We got down to 5 that really through the process we're still for the board to really have to make a decision on. So that's a pretty impressive piece. Mr. Pettit's piece I was outvoted on, for example. So I didn't get everything I wanted here, but I just want to say that because I know we're really focused on the Black Lake Quarry, because that's what we heard about today, but that really hasn't been the hot button issue for the board throughout this whole process. It's definitely been there. We've addressed it. We've talked about it. I've walked the site. I've attended open houses. I've done this. I've done that. I knew this was going to be a controversial decision. The planning commission showed that. I mean, the planning commission vote on this, Black Lake Quarry, was 6-3 to 1. The one who was absent emailed in and said, I would have voted for it. So it was really 6-4. My two planning commissioners were 1-1 split. That was all before the applicant removed the most sensitive acres. I think at least one other planning commissioner I've heard has said, in light of that, they probably would have. So I mean, it's a 50-50 question is what I'm trying to say. When I heard in public comment that huge disconnect between what the board did and what planning commission did. No, there's no huge disconnect. This was a 50-50 issue for the planning commission. And I respect both of my planning commissioners, and they were divided on it as well. So anyway, I just wanted to say all those things because there's so much embedded in this particular item. I know maybe we should just set Black Lake Quarry aside for a moment and address the ADU thing, because my agenda has a proposed motion that we discussed this morning. And I understand we need to take an action on this, Ashley, if we're gonna take the actions that we discussed this morning.
Yes, that is correct.
Somebody like to make that motion?
Chair.
Yes.
If I may, we have one additional note on the motion.
Okay.
For board direction to not proceed with the Martin Way corridor item, which is part of the Lacey joint plan. The Lacey joint plan should be stricken from the motion that you make. The Lacey joint plan is not included in the proposed resolution or ordinance before you today.
And the person making that motion, if they make it, can make that adjustment?
Yes.
You're just calling that attention out. It's noted, I think, on everybody's agenda. Okay, well, I'd like to address the ADU piece because that was discussed this morning and the changes needed if we're gonna make the decision that we made this morning and follow through on it. Can you describe what that is and then we can entertain a motion?
Yeah, based on the discussion this morning.
Yes.
The board directed staff to develop a motion to set a cap for rural accessory dwelling units, an annual cap for rural accessory dwelling units at 50, along with an annual review for staff to bring to the board so that they can decide whether any actions need to be taken through our permit review process annual docket item.
Ashley, how many detached ADUs have been applied for?
To date, we've had less than 20.
And how many years?
Since 2020, we've had less than 20.
In
permit
5 years,
requests.
less than 20 detached ADU permits applied for.
Yes, but as I continually point out, every time that's brought up, that's because the density requirements apply. And it doesn't necessarily mean that's gonna be the future of ADU applications if we remove that, which is the proposal. That was a 3-2 vote of the board. And now 2 of the proponents of that have brought forward this, and we discussed it this morning. I think there was concurrence that these were beneficial changes. So is there a motion?
I move to amend the proposed ordinance and resolution on accessory dwelling units to require a yearly staff review and report to the board and a yearly cap of 50 ADU units.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and second to amend the ordinance and resolution to require yearly staff review with a report to the board and have a cap of 50 ADU units, at least initially. Is there discussion on that?
That's true.
Commissioner Mejia.
Thank you. So in terms of the detached ADUs, first of all, I want to thank everyone who reached out to me to have a conversation about detached ADUs. And, I also want to thank Commissioner Grant. We were having conversations on how to move forward. And so, one of her proposals was adding a cap limit, which I agreed to it. I felt that it could help us monitor the growth that was kind of discussed. I believe in the Sustainable Thurston Plan, first of all. And so making sure that our rural areas are protected, it is important to me. So the annual review was something that I was definitely very concerned about how it would look like and how, you know, my initial request was adding it like back on the docket and having it go through. But thankful for Ashley for letting me know about the permit review process and adding it onto that process. That way, it would allow the board to have that continuous review throughout the year and really monitor the impact once it's implemented. You know, I was clear with the board that, you know, without these changes moving forward, I was not sure if I could support these changes. So, but I also want to make clear that, you know, while we're adding this process for detached ADUs on CPED, there are no code changes to the environmental health code. So people will still have to comply with current code for septic and well use, which is something that, you know, is very important and kind of really defines the detached ADU siting and availability. So those are my comments, Chair.
And I will just pop in to thank you, Commissioner Mia, for, I want to also mention one part that we also have changed the code in earlier discussions this week to talk about the fact that we won't be adding any more impervious surfaces for the rural ADUs. And so it has to be within the existing impervious surface addition. So I just want to make sure folks knew that. But I appreciate, this is the first time that I've, you know, I want to reach out. I just want to say thank you to the people who reached out to me, my constituents. We had a long discussion. And I feel like this was a good kind of compromise so that we can potentially have some affordable housing and still be thinking about our environment and rural growth. And so that was the purpose of putting a cap in there for now.
Commissioner Fournier.
I want to commend Commissioners Grant and Mejia for making a solid amendment. I think this is wise and it allows for a measured approach. Yeah, we had a good discussion earlier today about this where I mentioned that a lot of these things are happening illegitimately already. So I think it's important to ensure that we have policies that reflect and kind of guide the behavior, especially when it's already happening. You know, we're in a housing crisis, but you know, I agree with Commissioner Menser that this isn't a solution to the housing crisis per se, but this is an allowance for multi-generational living, which is a solution to some of the housing issues. You know, we have Commissioner Klaus has shared with us that you know, her living situation is a perfect example of this type of scenario. And when people talk about rural character, multi-generational living is within rural character. When you go into rural areas, it has been a long held tradition that, you know, you have families, you know, of various generations living together, and this allows that. So, you know, I think this is a measured approach, and this is a progressive way to kind of look at a lot of different issues.
Can I ask about the impervious surface point that Commissioner Grant made? Because I'm confused about that.
Yeah, just point of
Driveways.
clarification, we, based on board direction on December 2nd, we introduced provisions to limit development footprint. So we now are requiring shared driveways rather than allowing separate driveways. We also have that proximity requirement, although there was also board direction to provide flexibility in the case, you know, in a case where there's a critical area.
That was the direction
For
that you
well
and I
septic.
gave after that.
So we-
You can't say that that's not increasing impervious surface.
No, so the impervious surface coverage limits of the underlying zones still apply, but the board provided direction to minimize development footprint.
Sorry.
Nope.
Still learning words.
That's okay. I just want to be really clear. I mean, I know this was another, I thought we might have a whole boardroom full of people talking about the ADU issue, not Black Lake Quarry today, because this is a big issue. And housing is important and multi-generational living. What Commissioner Fournier is referring to is, I made a statement that I support our rural property owners having that chance at multi-generational living, which is why attached would be appropriate to me. Detached is a problem for me because I think if we're gonna be serious about a 5% rural growth cap and sustainable Thurston goals, it's hard to then say everyone can build a 1,000, foot or 1,000 square foot detachable ADU. There's a lot of issues with that, I think, and when I weigh them out, and I know there's good arguments on both sides, but I weigh in favor of protecting the growth management component. But that said, on this motion, this is a movement from where we were. I think having the cap and the review are positive things, so I will support this motion. Commissioner Klaus.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say I appreciate staff. I appreciate Commissioner Grant and Commissioner Mejia for bringing this amendment forward today. I do agree with Commissioner Menzer on just the stance around the detached ADUs in general, but I also appreciate the amendment being made today. My question for staff is, prior to this amendment being brought up this morning, given the fact that we do have the 5% rural growth component in the comprehensive plan, what would have been the allowable cap for detached ADUs if this motion was not on the table? Do we know?
It would have been based on historical rural density patterns to be defined. So it's actually really great that the board is defining what that is for the community. Otherwise, it would have been very subjective.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. So we have that. Now we have the, so that's the appropriate amendment to the underlying comprehensive plan amendment packet altogether. Any further discussion on this?
On the whole,
Yeah, whole
Okay.
thing, any piece of it.
yes.
Yes,
I have some
Commissioner
comments.
Klaus.
Thank you, Chair. So earlier, Commissioner Menzer offered some information on other components included in the plan. And I wanted to highlight that because in going through the plan, well, first I want to thank CPED staff and our planning team. We know the comprehensive plan is one of the most consequential pieces of work that we do as a board, so it's very important. And reading through the entire plan, it's very clear, and I hope that some of our constituents here have had the chance to read through it. The public should know that this plan is not just about land use. It also speaks directly to public safety and justice reform, including goals to reduce the number of people entering the justice system and to address unfair disparities in who is impacted. It also commits to protecting life and structures from flood hazards while retaining the floodplain functions that keep communities safer. I also have had many meetings with constituents, and I've heard the community's call for clearer monitoring and frequent emissions data, and for aligning our policies so we are advancing climate-friendly building standards while ensuring affordability and not treating those goals as a trade-off. So I do have, a lot of kudos to staff to give today for all of the work that's gone into this plan. Turning to the comments on CPA 24, the Black Lake Quarry rezone. As we've heard today, and we've had several work sessions on, this is a property owner initiated request to rezone approximately 270 acres from, rural dwelling unit per 20 acres to rural resource industrial. And while there's no development application in front of us today, this action would establish future allowable uses and intensities for a site with significant environmental constraints. After reviewing all the information, and there's a lot of it, there's like thousands and thousands of pages on this item. We've heard the planning commission reviewing the proposal over multiple work sessions, holding their public hearing and voting 6-3 to recommend denial. Granted, there were some comments that maybe votes have shifted since that time. But their findings identified that the site is adjacent to the Black River corridor and includes mapped wetlands, critical aquifer recharge areas, frequently flooded areas, and most importantly to me, documented Oregon spotted frog habitat, a federally listed species. These concerns are not abstract. They go directly to flood risk, which is pertinent to us at this time, groundwater protection and habitat connectivity, all of which are addressed throughout our comprehensive plan and county codes. But we've also received extensive public comment over the past several months, raising concerns about hydrology, floodplain function, and long-term implications of rezoning in this location. I'm hearing my seatmates' concerns, or just, I guess, comments around last minute public comment related to this rezone application, but we've had months and months of comments. We've had written comments. We were provided with a packet, 103-page packet on comments in November. So the community has been engaged on this, and I think that folks are coming out because they understand that this is the moment where we're supposed to finalize the motion or the project. So, or sorry, the rezone, I should say, because it's not a project yet. But I just kind of want to wrap up by saying that while the application may meet the procedural requirements, this is a legislative decision and approval is not mandatory today. Given the Planning Commission's recommendation, the site's environmental characteristics, and the unresolved questions around groundwater and habitat impacts, I can't support advancing CPA 24 as part of today's adoption. I believe the responsible course is to remove this item from the 2025 packet and place it on the 2026 docket, allowing for additional analysis and informed deliberation consistent with our role as stewards of public resources. And given that, I move to amend the motion to adopt the 2025 comprehensive plan amendments by removing CPA 24, the Black Lake Quarry rezone, from the adoption package and directing staff to place CPA 24 on the 2026 comprehensive plan docket for further review.
There's no motion made that you're amending though.
I'm amending the main motion. Have we not?
It's a motion to amend.
No
Yeah.
main motion.
He's making a motion to remove. So there's a second. I mean, I'll second it for purposes of discussion. I'm looking to Ashley. We've had numerous references from the public and Commissioner about hydrogeology, water. Can you restate what what you said the hydrogeology has been in alignment? I don't recall that, I don't want to speak the verbiage of what was reported to us about this project, but can you tell us kind of what the analysis showed with on that point?
So we have our hydrogeologists review rezones within SEPA parameters, and with a rezone application where you don't have a specific development, you have to look at, in this case, the vested mine that is currently operating compared to a future development, fairly an intense version of that development in the future zone. And then you compare whether there are potential adverse environmental impacts that would need to be addressed. So we did do that review. We issued a mitigated determination of non-significance. It did not get appealed. The conditions that we placed on it were specifically tied to the critical aquifer recharge area. So at the time of development, those conditions will carry and they'll be applied. And those, reflect all of the code restrictions that we currently have in place under our critical areas ordinance, which is very limiting for industrial uses. So even though the RI zone might list a long list of uses that could be done on that site, once you start layering all the regulations, it's likely a much, much smaller list. And that factors in to the hydrogeological review and the uses that would be considered under SEPA.
And so, okay, so listening to that, so some of the criticism might be that it's not being compared to some future restored site. It's being compared to current use, being compared to the development under RRI zoning. That's what was being compared.
Yes.
And maybe some people thought that's not the right comparison because you could try to compare it to the end of the mine's life in 30 years and whatever that time frame looks like in restoration. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to put all the pieces together, what I heard. Other discussion on this motion, Commissioner Fournier?
I'm just kind of processing, you're saying like, the folks coming in today, they are, what was the word, they're saying this is out there as their opportunity, and I respect that, but there was also, we did have a public comment period, a public hearing on this specifically, and we did receive a very large packet of public comments, and those were all across the board, but I think that if I recall correctly, it was something like there was 52 in favor of this and like 17 against or something to that effect. So like there is a whole wide array of community members that have also commented on this that we aren't necessarily on the record with today and hearing from today that all need to be also considered.
I don't think that's an accurate statement about the number of comments in favor and against. So since we are on the record, I just want to confirm with staff those numbers that were just listed. I think it was 52 and 16 or 17.
I don't recall exactly. It was something to that effect.
Right. Just since we're on the record, I want to make sure that we're being accurate about weighing the number of comments in favor and against, because
it's not necessarily a scorecard, but
no, but we're on the
there were more
record.
comments.
So, and I want to make sure when we give comments that we're being accurate. That's all.
Don't have the exact number. We'd have to go through the whole, but my lead project manager recalls there being more against than in favor.
Okay.
That's what I thought. I had reviewed it just over the weekend. Seems like there's maybe some discrepancy in.
There are two different public comments. So there's the SEPA comment period and then the public hearing with the board. So recollection, public hearing with the board, you heard more against than for.
That's what I recall as well.
SEPA comments, more in favor,
Okay.
fewer against.
And then another comment I wanted to make, just in terms of like public understanding of the process, it seems to be misrepresented on our website that the public hearing is actually today. And so that might be why we had a larger amount of public comments today on this item. It does say that the public hearing is today, December 16th, on the Black Lake Quarry rezone page on our website. So that could be maybe why we had more comments today. But
We had a previous part approved.
I know, we did, but it's misstated on our website, unfortunately, so.
Yeah, we did send out communications to all the stakeholders as we've been going through this process. So following the December 2nd discussion with the board, we did send out communications to folks and have continued engaging with folks.
I'll just say a couple of things. I mean, I said a lot of stuff on December 2nd, I think, and I'm not going to restate all that. It sounded like a lot of the people who gave comment listened to that very carefully, so they know what I was saying. You know, this doesn't feel rushed to me. This has been on the docket for a long time, and I have been thinking about this for a long time, and I wouldn't leave a decision of this nature to like the day of the hearing, of the day of the approval. A couple things that I felt like were missed in the public comment is just that this is a two-part plan. At the same time that it's rezoning the rural resource industrial, it's also changing resource reindustrial scope, RRI scope, connecting it to the agriculture, forestry, and mineral industries that support local economy. We have, you know, I think ultimately when I listened to all the public comment, it's about if you thought in a very short period of time, this area would not just be reclaimed but completely restored, you know, if that's what you think is like the possibility, then I think the argument is a lot more persuasive on the opposition. I don't think that's what is gonna happen. I think there's gonna be, there's the opportunity for this mining owner to mine for decades longer, into the water table potentially. The reclamation, I've looked into this pretty carefully. It's not, there is some, as Ashley said, there is some revegetation, but it's about slopes, it's about safety really. And again, as commissioners, we're balancing a lot of values. There are the things that Commissioner Fournier said about economic needs, certain types of, whether the EDC weighed in, the industrial land study supported this, the notion that we have certain types of zoning needs for certain type of economic activities. It was important to me that we rein in the RRI and not make it something where we could have warehouses in this, that's not gonna happen, that type of a activity. So it's kind of a two-part thing. And I believe somebody discounted this, but I believe it's going to protect other area. By having an appropriate place, this mining area is ecologically devastated. By having a place like that to plug in these economic needs, I truly believe, you may not agree with me, but in my heart, I believe this is gonna help us save less ecologically disturbed areas, less trees having to be cut down in those areas. We were able to say no to Beaver Creek. We were able to say no to the Miller-Sylvania development, and we were able to do those things, and we will continue to do those things, or I will fight to do those things, as long as we can turn to the community and say, we're trying to balance everything, and we are trying to find places where you can do economic activities that are needed. And the studies show they're needed, and if you look at this site, look at it on GIS, go walk around it, I've done both. This is a place where you're gonna be able to do those activities and not cut down more trees and not, and the hydrogeologist, I was looking very carefully to make sure that this was not gonna be some unusually, difficult, water contamination situation. That didn't show. as being a concern. So I feel like this is an appropriate balance that, and again, if you put on one set of glasses and you're looking at one thing, it's easy to make a pretty strong case, but our job is broader than that. And we have a lot more constituents and interest to try to juggle and make it all fit into this county while keeping growth management, keeping our rural areas, our open space. That's all of critical importance to me. So I think everything I've done this year will support that. But this is a piece of that for me. So I know there's people that disagree with me on this and say it's not an environmental vote, but I see it as an environmental vote when I think about all the things I have to do and juggle as commissioner. So that's where I will not support this amendment, even though I seconded it for purposes of discussion. Is there anyone else who'd like to weigh in, Commissioner Mejia?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I, throughout this process, again, I thank everyone who's met with me to kind of discuss this, and for everyone who sent in comments. And I had a lot of questions, and I spent a lot of time talking with like staff and going over the process. I also had the same questions in regards to reclamation and restoration, so I actually called someone at DNR because I wanted for them to walk me through like the whole reclamation versus restoration process because I was so confused. I contacted DNR's tribal liaison. I walked the site, and I also spoke at length with members of the Planning Commission because I wanted to see what the thought process was while they were making those decisions. And, I wanted to have those conversations because I really wanted to fully understand the full grasp of this rezone, wanted to understand, the concerns and really get to it. And, for me, and I think Ashley also confirmed this, was that, the reclamation and replanting requirements are enforced and managed by DNR. And this will be the case regardless of the zone. And so hearing that from them and hearing kind of how that mining permit works, I think was important. I also, the RRI scope, as Commissioner Menser mentioned, and us going through that is also very important. And when we're talking about the aquifer and damaging the aquifer and the fact that the permit allows for them to mine so deep into the water table, I asked that question, I think it was in one of our first work sessions when it came in, about that permit and the allowances of it. And so I was really looking towards our hydrologist and kind of like, what was gonna come from this. And so really appreciated, Kevin and Ashley and for answering those questions. So those are some of my points at this time, Chair.
Okay, do you have any further discussion before I take a vote on the amendment?
I'll just say, I understand based on our discussion, and I appreciate the thoughtful discussion now and earlier this morning on this item. I do want to say, I respect my colleagues' stance on the importance of economic drivers in our rural areas. I think that that's very important as well. While I don't agree on this item, I do agree that our community needs sustainable economic opportunities. So my vote reflects concern about environmental stewardship and long-term public safety in this specific location. I hope we can continue this work, remaining connected. And I also did have one question for staff regarding process, so two different items. The 24 acre set aside that was mentioned earlier, I was wondering, I didn't see any of that in the documents. Is that just a verbal agreement at this time to set aside certain 24 acres on the property?
It's the rezone, the extent of the rezone reflects that would not be included.
Okay, I didn't see that clearly in the map, but I also am not an expert at looking at maps. So maybe I could sit down with staff and look at that or just talk to the applicant, but okay, that's helpful to know. And then as far as process, when there is a development ready, like a project ready for this site, will we be hearing from staff on that, or does that process take place just with the applicant and the staff?
It's one of the quasi judicial land use applications, and so it would fall with staff and would only get to the board if there was an appeal.
Unless we
Under
remove
current.
ourselves from that process, in which case we could fully engage.
Yeah, we'll see how the timing
Just saying.
happens with that.
Okay,
Okay, thank you for answering the questions and thank you to my colleagues as well.
I'm gonna call for the vote on this amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion fails. So now we have an amended, because we do have the ADU amendment, we have a proposed motion as to the rest of the amendments.
So I move to approve a resolution as amended to amend the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan and associated appendices and maps, the Grand Mound Sub-Area Plan, the future land use maps of each, and Appendix G, the Capital Improvement Program.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the comprehensive plan, and all of these different pieces that go along with it. Any discussion on it? Commissioner Mejia?
Thank you. I do want, this is a very big deal, and the fact that we're actually doing it on time, I mean, that is. And so I know there's been a lot of engagement in this process, but when I come on the board, like, we were still behind on,
8 years
like,
behind.
8 years behind on getting a comprehensive plan done. And so, you know, I want to thank really everyone for the engagement. I think it's so important because there were so many things that were changing. And, you know, there were so many people who reached out about, you know, their concerns or things they supported. They wrote emails, they had meetings, they were engaged in the open houses and the planning commissions, and really appreciate the care and passion really that people have for this place and for our comprehensive plan. So really my heartfelt thank you to all of you. I also want to take a moment to thank staff who worked tirelessly on this comprehensive plan. Maya Teeple, Miriam Villacian, Derek Day, Brian Benjamin, Ana Rodriguez, Amelia Schwartz, Laura Toroski, Kevin Hansen, Andy DeFobis, Whitney Angie, Larry Schaffner, Claire Swearingen. And I know that the full team includes dozens of staff across many departments. And really thank you all so much for the work that you have brought forward to us. Really appreciate, really. It's definitely a long process, and I can't believe we're finally here and we're on time. So congratulations to all of you as well.
Here, here.
So a few of them are here. Will you guys please stand up? CPED.
Public Works.
And Public Works.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion to approve the resolution? Yes.
Question. Okay, so I think we've probably all received comments today related to the Martin Way rezone, which I know is stricken from the motion today. And I know that that's an issue that was removed. I don't have any intention to try to re-add it at this juncture. I understand where we're at with the process, but I did just want to ask because we received, after our last conversation, we received an email from staff about the funding for a study that we suggested. And so, and I'm wondering, and I could have had it mixed up, but I did have a meeting scheduled with staff last week, and unfortunately I was really sick, so I couldn't ask this question. But where are we at with that? Since we did take it out of this motion, out of this package today, what are the next steps for that, just for the public's awareness? Because we have received questions about that today.
Yeah, what we shared with the board on December 2nd is that the city of Lacey is going to be kicking off a Martin Way corridor study, that it is going to be on their work plan and docketed, and that this would dovetail nicely with that, since we already have to update our Lacey joint plan as well as Lacey housing codes in 2026. So all of those get packaged together. No request for additional funding because we already had the joint codes and joint plan updates on our work plan.
And actually, if I could, maybe this would be helpful, Commissioner Klaus, to the conversation. We're also in initial conversations with the city of Lacey about annexation. And this area is of interest, and so that would probably fold into a request from the city of Lacey for us to join in some type of overview of the annex area, which would be a type of study of its own.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
One of the comments that we received was related to the Lacey, Planning Commission unanimously supporting this. And so I just wanted to make sure we're collaborating with the city of Lacey, and it sounds like we are, so that's great. I just wanted to make sure we were kind of on the same page, and how this component dovetails with the annexation and the study, so that's good info, I appreciate it.
I just, thank you, Commissioner Klaus, for bringing that point. I want to add that, the Lacey Planning Commission did mention like the whole, spot zoning. And so that was one of the concerns I think that our Planning Commission also brought up and discussed of spot zoning instead of like looking at the whole corridor holistically. And so it was also discussed at the Thurston Regional Planning Council, because as we're talking about the transportation pieces, land use also plays into that. And so definitely like a lot of conversations in regards to the corridor and how we can collaborate further and actually, instead of choosing one zone for this piece, to actually look at the whole corridor as a whole and see what's going to impact the community members throughout that whole area.
Thank you.
We call for the vote on item 1, which is the resolution to amend the comprehensive plan with all of the attendant maps and appendices of the capital improvement program. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I move to approve an ordinance as amended to implement the changes in the resolution by amending several chapters and adding new chapters in titles 18 and 20 of the Thurston County Code by amending the official zoning map for Thurston County and by amending the official zoning map for Thurston County, North County urban growth areas.
Motion and second to approve the ordinance to implement the items related to our comprehensive plan amendments. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed. This is, okay, then that item passes 4-1. Deep breath. Thank you, Ashley.
I wanna keep going.
Okay.
Just a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute recess. It's been 3.5 hours and I have not used the restroom, so we will be back at 5:31.
Anything if there's a reason why we stick.
Recording in progress.
Okay, it's 5:35. We're back in session. Picking up with item 6, sub 2, resolution adopting the 6-year transportation improvement program for the calendar years 2026 to 2031. Matt Unselman, County Engineer, to brief the board.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Unselman, Thurston County Engineer. The county is required to annually prepare a 6-year transportation program as well as an annual road program pursuant to RCW 3681. Adoption of the 2031 Transportation Improvement Program satisfies both the requirements of the 6-year transportation program as well as the annual road program. The TIP is a planning and programming document that identifies the scope, timing, and funding for county road projects and programs for the next 6 years. Once adopted, the TIP is submitted to the Thurston Regional Planning Council for inclusion in the Regional Transportation Improvement Program Annual Update. As a reminder, a public hearing was held on October 7th to receive comment on the proposed TIP. Next steps, if approved today, would be to submit the resolution as part of our annual reporting package to the County Road Administration Board to be eligible to receive gas tax funding.
I move to approve the resolution adopting the 6-year transportation improvement program for the calendar years 2026 to 2031.
I'll second.
Motion and second to approve this resolution regarding the TIP. Any discussion?
I'll just quickly say, I just want to say thank you to staff for all of the work on this. And as a new member on the Transportation Policy Board, you've been so helpful along the way. And I can always count on you to help me understand all of the many things that went into this. And so I just want to say great job to you and your staff. So thank you.
It's our pleasure.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That takes care of that one.
Boom.
Next up, resolution adopting the 2026 indirect cost plan.
Good evening, Commissioners. Melissa Hutchins, Financial Services Manager. The 2026 indirect cost plans developed annually by Ron Haney and distributes the cost of services provided to county offices and departments that are originally paid out of the general fund. These services provided include but are not limited to human resources, prosecuting attorney civil division, financial services, commissioner's office, planning services, the assessor's office, and the treasurer's office. Costs are allocated to other funds as authorized by RCW and are distributed in a fair and equitable manner using best practice cost allocation methods for each cost item. That's all I got.
For Melissa? Is there a motion?
Move to approve the resolution to adopt 2026 indirect cost allocation plan.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on this? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Next up is sub-item 4, resolution establishing the 26-27 equipment rental rates.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bruce Rorba, Fleet Services Manager. This resolution before you establishes the equipment rental rates for the equipment owned by the Equipment Rental and Revolving Fund, commonly referred to as the ER&R Fund, for the 2026-2027 biennium. RCW 3633A requires every county to maintain an ER&R fund and further requires that the Board of County Commissioners approve the equipment rental rates on an annual basis. This countywide equipment rental program was originally established by resolution number 6087 in December of 1978 and was later amended in April of 2004 by resolution 13158. The proposed rates have been determined by the Director of Central Services and have been reviewed and certified by the County Engineer as an appropriate use of county road funds as required by RCW 3680-030. I am available to answer any questions regarding this item.
Questions for Bruce on equipment rental rates? Is there a motion?
I move to approve the resolution to adopt the equipment rental rates for equipment owned by the Equipment Rental and Revolving Fund for 2026-2027.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the resolution establishing the equipment rental rates. Discussion on that motion. Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 5, resolution to amend the leave buyout fund. Maria Ponte, Director of Human Resources, to brief the board.
Good evening, Commissioners. Maria Ponte, HI Director. This item is to approve a resolution to amend the leave buyout fund. Just for some context, this fund was created in 2022 to assist offices and departments with the financial impact of employee retirements. This resolution before you tonight would expand the funds used to include leave cash outs resulting from layoffs and help mitigate the financial burden on offices and departments during time of budget and workforce reductions. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Maria on the leave buyout fund expansion? Is there a motion?
Move to approve the resolution amending the leave buyout fund, Fund 5080, to include payments for leave cash outs paid due to layoffs.
Second.
Motion and second regarding the leave buyout fund resolution. Any discussion on the motion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Any opposed? No. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maria. You're up for the next one. Resolution to amend the 26-27 position control schedule.
Okay, so HR has oversight of what we call position control. That's basically an inventory of all positions approved by the commissioners. And so we come before you yearly to update the position control. Tonight's action would add 30 FTEs. It would amend full-time FTE to half-time, reclassification of 9 FTEs, extends the end dates of 3 FTEs, removes the end date of 1 FTE, abolishes 28.5 FTEs, and removes funding from 6 FTEs. So those are the FTEs we discussed this morning in Superior Court. Any questions?
Just to, in case it's not clear to the public, this is essentially the mechanical result of all the decisions we made through a very long budget process through the fall.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for Maria?
Move to approve the resolution amending the 2026-2027 position control schedule.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the position control schedule. Discussion. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Next up is sub 7, a resolution to increase property tax revenue.
Good evening, Commissioners. Summer Miller, Budget and Finance Manager in the Commissioner's Office. Resolution to increase property tax revenue. This is a resolution to authorize an increase in property tax revenue in both dollars and percentage for the current expense, road, conservation, futures, and Medic One funds as authorized by statute. RCW 845510 limits the annual increase of property taxes to 1% or the rate of inflation, whichever is less, in addition to any amount resulting from the addition of new construction and improvements to property and any increase in the value of state assessed property. The Assessor's Office provided preliminary values on November 10th and certified values on November 20th. The Thurston County Board of County Commissioners provided proper notice to the public by way of the official county newspaper on November 13th, November 20th, and November 26th, with a public hearing held on December 1st to consider Thurston County revenue sources. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Summer? Ready for a motion.
Move to approve the resolution authorizing an increase in property tax revenue in dollars and percentage for the roads, conservation futures, and Medic One funds as authorized by RCW 8455010.
Motion and second to approve the resolution regarding the property tax revenue. Is there a discussion on, any discussion on the motion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Summer. Item 8 is resolutions for updates to the Thurston County Public Works Utilities and Noxious Weed Assessment Rates.
Good evening, Commissioners. Karen Weiss, Public Works Director. Thurston County Code Sections 8.12, 15.06, and 15.12 authorize the board to set rates and charges for Thurston County solid waste, stormwater, and water and sewer utilities. And RCW 17.10.240 authorizes the board to set an annual assessment for noxious weed control following a public process administered by the Noxious Weed Control Board. The cost of these programs increases every year due to escalating costs and items such as staffing, benefits, supplies, contractual services, and other expenses necessary to run the operations, including investment in needed infrastructure. And as a result, rate increases are necessary to support the solid waste, stormwater, water and sewer utilities, and the noxious weed program. With passage of these resolutions, rates will be adjusted for the 26-27 biennium as follows. For the solid waste fund, adjustments will vary by disposal category, but an average of 13.5% in each of the years will be adjusted. Those rates were last adjusted in 2012. For the stormwater utility, there will be an 8% base rate increase in 26 and 27 with no change in the capital rate component of those assessments. Those rates were last adjusted in 2019. For our water and sewer utilities, adjustments will vary across the service categories in alignment with our 5-year utility consolidation plan to achieve a unified rate in 2028. And the noxious weed program will have a 25% adjustment in 2026, no adjustment in 2027, and that was last adjusted in 2016. Comprehensive information on the specific rate adjustments is available on the Public Works websites. And the appropriate advisory committees support the recommended adjustments, and a public hearing was held on December 1st of 2025. We've conducted a comprehensive communication outreach plan, including posting of the proposed rates on our web pages, inclusion in community and utility bill inserts and newsletters, and posting of the proposed solid waste rates at our disposal facilities. Any questions?
Questions for Director Weiss? Ready for motion?
Move to approve the resolutions adjusting Thurston County solid waste utility rates, stormwater utility rates, water and sewer utility rates, and the noxious weed program annual assessment.
Motion and second to approve the resolutions regarding these public works items. Any discussion on the motion? Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our resolution to rename Department 240 to Countywide Services.
Thank you. Summer Miller, Budget and Finance Manager. So this is a resolution to rename Department 240 to Countywide Services, non-departmental. So I'm sorry, let me start again. This is a resolution to amend the name of the current Department 240 non-departmental department to Countywide Services to better reflect the department and fund.
Interesting that we have to have a legislative action to do that, but I think it is a good change. Any
Makes sense to me.
questions for Summer? Ready for motion?
Move to approve the resolution renaming Department 240 from non-departmental to countywide services.
Motion and second to approve the resolution renaming Department 240. Any discussion on that motion? Commissioner Mejia.
Yeah, I think it's a good change and it clarifies what that fund actually is. Because I know when I first started, it was very confusing on what non-departmental meant and what it was housed within it. So I think it clarifies what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next one up is sub 10, resolution to create Fund 1250, Public Safety Sales Tax HB 2015.
Thank you. So resolution to create Fund 1250, Public Safety Sales Tax, HB 2015. This is a resolution to adopt a councilmanic 0.1% sales and use tax for criminal justice purposes that substantially assists the criminal justice system, including those activities where ancillary benefits are provided to the civil justice and behavioral health systems in Thurston County. The Washington State Legislature approved HB 2015 during the 2025 legislative sessions, supporting 2 additional funding mechanisms to support law and justice, including a local law enforcement grant and a new public safety sales and use tax. The Board of County Commissioners may take councilmanic action to impose the 0.1% sales and use tax after certifying requirements met to receive the CJTC grant, and because the county has not rejected or repealed criminal justice sales tax under RCW 8214-340 in the prior 12 months. Thank you.
Any questions for Summer on the item? Is there a motion?
Move to approve the resolution creating Fund 1250, Public Safety Sales Tax, HB 2015.
Second.
Motion and second, discussion on the motion.
I just wanna.
You can go ahead. Well, I did have a question. We moved pretty quick
Yeah,
with
go
questions,
ahead.
but luckily Summer's still here. So my question is, I have received questions from the public about this tax and what it will be used for and whether or not we can implement new programs with this funding. And based on our discussions as a board and in our meetings with the county manager, this funding has already been worked into the revenue forecast for next year. Is that correct?
It has been worked into the revenue forecasting for next year, and also the board essentially has allocated the potential revenue income from it through their restoration and budget efforts.
Okay. Is there a place where that can be, where that's clearly outlined for the public to see what, where that revenue forecast is projecting the funds to go, or is that not quite available yet, like documented?
It's not quite available yet because we are still working through the activation of that fund. But I can say that we can do a board work session when the fund is ready to be activated, so we can come and talk about that in specific detail.
Okay, that would be great because I am receiving questions about this from the public that I can't quite answer because our budget is so complex and yeah, so that was just my question.
Yeah, and even though we just recognize that this year's funding has been allocated out, I do wanna just state publicly and for the record that kind of what this is. And you know, this resolution really is gonna give Thurston County an important opportunity to strengthen public safety in a more balanced way. It's adding to our funding. So real safety doesn't start in the jail. It starts with behavioral health care, crisis response, and support that prevents people from entering the justice system in the first place. This funding can give us a chance to do things differently in the future, to invest in crisis response and prevent escalation. You know, and I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that and good fiscal policy as we move forward. That's it. Thanks.
I mean, I want to say that in the long run, 100% right. In the short run, it's helping address the public comment we received about the clerk's office, the court system. We have the public safety sales tax that was able to help mitigate the impacts to the sheriff's department, but there were impacts to the court that we did. We pulled every lever we could pull to try and mitigate those, and this is one of those levers. This is one of the biggest ones. There were many other levers, but I just want people to be aware that the commitment, we were hearing the public, and I feel it. I know, I worked in the court system, as did Commissioner Mejia, and you know, everybody here has had some connection to the court world professionally, and so it's really something that we understand, and it's gonna be something that we shape going forward, and this is a tool to help us do that. So it's.
And there's rules
Yeah.
that come with this. This
Yeah.
is not,
For sure, but there were a lot of, thank you to the state legislature because the parameter, there are sideboards, but they really did hit core needs. So like there were many things that we could do with it that would hit, our core functionality. So we think, we like having those tools when we're in a situation that we're in to try to plug those gaps, because we've not historically had as many tools as these. Yes, Commissioner Claus.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you, but I also want to kind of like just add to the conversation. I really appreciate that we're able to use this money, plug this money into where we need things immediately. But in early conversations about this tax prior to us deciding to implement it councilmanically, the sheriff actually had some really good suggestions about public outreach prior to doing something like this, which I wish we were in a situation where we could have done that, but I don't want to forget that that suggestion was made because I think it's a really good suggestion about how we can be more collaborative with our community when it comes to implementing new taxes and putting the revenue where the community thinks it should go. And I do like that this tax and action creates a dedicated fund and clarifies that these dollars, as have been mentioned, can support public safety in a more comprehensive way. So I would be really interested in seeing long-term how we could use this revenue for some of the things that we're able to use it for that we can't use our Prop 1 money on. We can maybe fill some gaps in training in the sheriff's office. I know that there may have been some cuts there due to budget constraints, and so being able to offer more training for the sheriff's office, I think, is really crucial, and something that our sheriff fortunately is open to and interested in. I also would like to see the money go towards crisis intervention, de-escalation, and alternative response capacity. So I'm just really excited to see where we can go with this long term, while also understanding we have immediate needs. And I'm looking forward to the conversation on what those immediate needs are exactly, because the clerk, the court, these are all vital services. We've heard a lot of public comment about, I guess we're done. We've heard a lot of public comment about, concerns related to the cuts to the courts and clerk's office. So I would just like to identify the specific items that we're gonna be using this for, and it sounds like that's forthcoming, so.
Yeah, and to what our budget and fiscal manager mentioned, it does flow into the restoration decisions that the board made. So we can give a high level overview, because it was part of the equation of taking the $36 million deficit and whittling that down. There were a lot of decisions the board made to the 9 point some million. But specifically, we can kind of talk about what that, where it will go and how it's being plugged in.
Great, thank you so much.
We were all hearing from the public, and what we were hearing was, don't cut this budget, don't cut that budget, don't cut the sheriff's budget, don't cut the court's budget, don't cut the auditor, and so we listened and we took steps, and this is one of those steps. So, took a whole bunch of other steps, but it was, part of the package. Any other?
Yeah, I agree with all the comments. I mean, this gives us an option, and it's unfortunate for me, just that we're not able to grow programs because the need is there. I mean, we're seeing it from court system to behavioral health to just so many impacts in our community, and it does make me sad that we have to use this opportunity for revenue in this way. But I mean, it's a situation we're in, and I think long-term, definitely the board needs to have conversations, and just depending on what our future looks like. But I think long-term, definitely seeing ways where we can invest this funding. I think at one point the sheriff had mentioned, do we bond out and do a flex unit with this? And it was just like, if we were in such a budget crisis, like that would definitely probably be a conversation that we'd be having, with the board and community and different stakeholders, but yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, any other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next up is a resolution adopting the 2026-2027 biennial operating budget.
Thank you. This is a resolution adopting the 2026-2027 biennial operating budget. Thurston County operating budget to include the general fund, the road fund, and all other county funds as authorized by statute pursuant to RCW 364070, 364071, and 364250. The Thurston County Board of County Commissioners provided proper notice to the public by way of the official county newspaper on November 13th, 20th, and 26th. The Board of Thurston County Commissioners held a public hearing on December 1st, 2025 for the purpose of receiving public comments on the preliminary 2026 and 2027 biennial operating budget. And on December 3rd, the board conducted final deliberations on the preliminary 2026-2027 operating budget. Happy to answer any questions. And thank you.
I have a question. There were kind of a flurry of late emails about this, that, and the other. Are there any amendments needed, or?
They have been
All the necessary
incorporated.
tweaks have been
The
made.
minutes were reviewed to clarify in the auditor's office,
Yes, that was
project positions plural and project positions singular. And there was a missed inclusion, so we did add that to the budget, and that's included in the documents that were sent out. So
Okay, great.
because the board already took action and directed us to include that, we just added it to the budget documents and then submitted that for
And
your
they were
review
just
today.
simple, but Scrivener errors they're called, right? Where they just, nothing substantive.
No, the one in question was based on how the conversation played out at one of our budget discussions. There was a bit of a confusion as to a position, but we were able to reconcile that and make sure that the correct number of positions were added.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure those i's got dotted and t's crossed. Any other questions for Summer? Ready for motion?
I move to approve the resolution adopting the 2026-2027 biennial operating budget.
I'll second.
Motion and second to adopt the biennial operating budget. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Grant.
Yeah, I'll be voting no today on this, and I just want to be very clear, that my vote today is not at all about the dedication or performance of the staff who, have continued to serve and to work on this with professionalism and commitment. It's about process and transparency and, what I feel is our responsibility as stewards of public funds. So as of today, the basic budget reports that are required for informed decision-making still have not been produced for me. We do not have complete and timely department-level budget documents, clear comparisons to prior years, or sufficient explanation of assumptions, fund balance use, and ongoing cost impacts. Local government budgeting requires transparency, a demonstrably balanced budget, clear fund accounting, documented revenue assumptions, and the ability for both the commissioners and the public to understand what's being funded and why. Those basic principles have not been met. I cannot in good conscience approve a budget when the information necessary to exercise due diligence hasn't been provided. Especially when consequences include reductions to public safety and court operations. So my vote today is a vote for accountability, for good governance, and for the public's trust. I do remain committed to approving a budget once we get complete and transparent budget documents, and once they're produced and we have the opportunity to fully review them in a timely manner. That's it on mine.
Summer, what, if the board, if a majority of the board is persuaded by Commissioner Grant's position, what would happen if we didn't pass the budget today?
The board would have no authority to spend any money next year. You would have no budget.
And what would be, I mean, it would be,
I think you adopt the previous year's budget and then start all over in the process.
We could start, we could look at that, but we would have to do it before the first of the year.
Yeah, no, Summer talked to our prosecuting attorney's office, and it's clear that things come to a grinding halt. If there is no budget, there is no authority for any department or official to spend money in the county. And our activity stops everything.
Commissioner Fournier.
I respect Commissioner Grant's comments, however, I don't agree with them. I do believe that we were provided with timely information. It's just that this is hard and it's not easy to make hard decisions. There is no doubt that we have a budget crisis that needs to be solved. We do need to rein in and recalibrate our service levels. We're trying to do that. It's not easy. Nobody signed up to do this, but it is necessary to pass a balanced budget, and this is a responsible thing to do, is to ensure that we are not continuing to dig a deeper hole. I think we're gonna be in the same position next time. We're gonna have to make even more difficult decisions. So, I don't share your opinions, respectfully.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start off by being clear that I really do appreciate staff's work. You've worked extremely hard under what I would call almost impossible conditions with this major system transition. I will be voting no on the budget as well. But like Commissioner Grant said, my vote is not a judgment of staff effort. It's a statement about governance, transparency, and the public's ability to really understand what we're doing with their money. That's my biggest concern, is that the public has come to me many, many times over the course of these last several months, not understanding what's going on with their tax dollars, and I can't answer all of their questions. And if I can't answer the public's questions, then I can't in good conscience vote to approve a budget that I don't fully understand. And I acknowledge again, it's not that staff are working with a system that doesn't allow you to run reports that we need to be able to make informed decisions. So it's incredibly difficult for staff to be able to produce the documents that we've asked for. And so for me, it's still, there are a lot of components of the budget that are still very unclear. In talking with constituents and just kind of reflecting on this process, I was not elected to pass a county budget that the public can't easily verify or follow or meaningfully weigh in on, which I know might be a controversial piece, but this year, even when we've technically followed a process, what I've heard from the public is that it was not an accessible process. There are moments where I did feel like the public was engaging a lot, and I really appreciated that. But what really struck me as a barrier was when we had the December 1st hearing and the turnout was so low. And to me, that was proof that the process is too hard to navigate. And I don't know what process improvements we could adjust because staff are working really hard on outreach efforts. And I know that you've done a lot of outreach on the budget, but still, we've had so many community members feeling like the conversations are not accessible and the information is not accessible to them. So going into 2026, I would like us to continue to respect how hard staff are working and also be honest that our systems and management supports were not sufficient to produce a clear public-facing budget on time. And I'm committed to fiscal responsibility, but fiscal responsibility requires clarity, consistency, and transparency. One materialized impact of this is the number of staff that we have lost just based on the fear that they're going to lose their job. I'm afraid that passing a questionable budget will unnecessarily cost the county experienced staff and with incorrect budget figures potentially portraying a false need to terminate employees. So that's a huge concern of mine is just the impact on staff, and we've heard from some staff throughout this process. So I'm voting no because the budget's just not clear to me. It's not consistently documentable for the public, and I feel like that's a governance problem that we should address going into 2026.
Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Mejia.
I'll just say, I do have a lot of thoughts and just a lot of frustrations. This budget cycle was very difficult. Basically, every county service that we provide is mandated by state. The services that are not mandated by state are some of the ones that provide such a benefit to community members. But we've been dealing from new caseload standards, our continued costs just to remain in operation have increased. Our county risk pool costs that went up an additional 18%. Then we had budgeted at 20%, which is creating impacts to a lot of counties, not just us. And that's a direct result of statewide trends driven by rising legal settlements and increasing liability costs across Washington. Every county in our state is dealing with the same pressures that we are right now. Our budget process started earlier this year than years past due to the dire situation of our budget. County staff worked through a new financial and budgetary system, and we held dozens of public budget meetings, met directly with every elected office and department, reviewed every adjustment in detail, and adopted each decision. Thurston County, like many of the counties in Washington, have long faced structural revenue limitations imposed by state law. And despite those challenges, we developed a balanced budget that maintains critical services without compromising community safety to a point, because it's not fully accurate. Washington's revenue structure limits annual property tax growth to 1%. Counties statewide are struggling to keep up with rising costs in labor, liability, and mandated services. And the larger counties had to dig so deep into their reserves that their future forecast is just as dire. Thurston County continues to operate very leanly compared to many peer counties, even as our population grows, and we've heard that from multiple offices and departments. And it is definitely hard at the time when the demands on our county services are increasing, from public health to emergency response like we've seen this week. Roads, housing, and behavioral health. I want to say that this budget is a result of months of collaboration, analysis, and responsible stewardship. I know how hard Summer worked along with all the budget team, and I really appreciate all of the hard work you did for all of the countless times I had questions about the budget. And you provided that information. Every time I requested a meeting with you, you were available to meet with me or another commissioner to walk through the different areas that I had questions about. And you know, I 100% on this budget, but we are decimating our county road fund, and I'm looking towards Matt because that's, you know, who has to go present to the County Road Administration Board. But we did it to keep essential services in the county whole, and that to me hurts. I'm a transportation person, and knowing that we're doing this, like, just keep going for this year has been extremely hard. And so I'll leave it there, Chair, at this time.
Okay, I want to say a few things that I've never seen a commissioner not vote on the budget. I would say I'm disappointed, but I think I would say I'm shocked, frankly. I think it's incredibly irresponsible. It'd be one thing if it were about political value. If you were saying like, I wanted to give, 10 million more to the sheriff and I wanted to take it from here and you guys voted me down and I can't support the values in this budget, like the financial expenditure value. But you're both saying because the process wasn't transparent, the public can't understand it, you're gonna vote no on the budget. I'm shocked by that. So I don't want to go any further than that, but I think it's really irresponsible. I hope we have 3 votes for this budget so county government can continue to function. Sounds like we do, but if we didn't, I don't know what I would say about that. But I've said I'm not going to talk about the substance of the budget. I've talked about that ad nauseum on the record about all the decisions we made and why we made them. But to have 2 commissioners not vote in favor of this budget on those grounds is pretty unbelievable.
Chair, I'd like to respond to that just briefly. And I can feel your frustration and I acknowledge that and honor that. For me, we don't have enough time for me to sit here and explain the reasons why I can't vote yes on this budget, but it does absolutely include the way that the money was allocated. For weeks, I tried to get a conversation on a work session agenda to discuss the public safety funding landscape. And it turned into a whole mess of making a motion that requires elected officials to come together and have a conversation that they were never gonna have, and we knew that that wasn't gonna happen. We gave them about 4 days to come together and present us with a public safety budget, which didn't make any sense. And we knew that it wasn't gonna happen when we passed the motion. And I can verify because in staff conversations, I've had staff tell me they knew the motion wasn't gonna pass. And so I've gone back and forth with staff about that and how we address that process, but I basically begged the board to have a conversation about what this is going to do to our public safety ecosystem and what it's gonna look like, and I guess we're gonna have to find that out the hard way when systems fall apart next year and beyond due to the staff reductions in the court and the clerk's office. But it does have a lot to do with the way that the money was allocated, so to your point, there are multiple components of this, and that is a big one for me, for sure,
I
so.
would really like to know what those, I'd really like to have heard. I would support this budget if this money was here. I mean, we never got into those things. It was all, I don't have enough information. It's not clear. I can't really understand it. And that's not budgeting, that's something else. And
Well, that's
it's not
why
what you're describing, because I never, sitting here today, after sitting through dozens and dozens of hours of budget sessions with you, I don't know what kind of budget you would support today.
I mean, we've talked about it and I've given suggestions recently that, and I don't need to go into detail about all of the like all of the different responses I've gotten from staff because they're very complex, but I've offered suggestions around shifting money from the assessor's office. That didn't seem to pan out because of reasons that I would have a hard time explaining. I talked with staff about transportation benefit district funding that we could potentially explore. That sounds like it's a conversation we can have later. But a lot of the suggestions that I made ended up becoming conversations where we said, oh, well, we'll deal with that during the amendment process. And that's why I continued to ask for a conversation that addresses these specific components and the ratios of where we're cutting and how it's going to impact the court system. We fortunately were able to figure out how to reduce the sheriff's reduction from, I don't know where it started, but down to about 2 million and some change. And it was what was the initial reduction to the sheriff's office at the first briefing? When we thought we were looking at a 36% deficit?
I don't think we have those numbers right at our tip of our fingers.
Okay,
It was affected by the public safety sales tax in some degree.
yeah, but it was millions and millions of
And it
dollars,
got
like,
down to 2.5. I think it was like 6, and I'm looking at the sheriff, 6 something down to 2.5.
okay.
Everybody, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we were able to, find solutions, but that I think creates an imbalance where the sheriff's office will be able to operate at almost the same capacity. I don't wanna speak if that, I don't wanna say that if it's not true, but based on the reduction that we were looking at for the sheriff's office initially, down to the 2 million, that's going to have a much less impact on their operations. So they'll still be able to operate almost at the same capacity, but yet our courts and our clerk's office won't have capacity to do everything that needs to be done. If we wanna hold people accountable in the justice system, they're going to get arrested for committing a crime. They're gonna be booked into the jail if it's a felony crime. The court's not gonna have capacity to hear that case. The case is gonna get dropped. The clerk's office is not gonna have capacity to answer questions from the public about these cases. How are we holding people accountable in our system if they're getting arrested and then released immediately because we don't have the resources to process those cases? So I do think it's gonna create a huge imbalance. We all witnessed, I think, the homicide trials recently and saw how many resources have to go into those trials. And if we have lower capacity when the courts are already functioning so lean, it's going to totally destroy the system that we have in place. And nobody's been able to answer the questions about what those impacts will be. So, and we haven't had that conversation as a board, even though I asked for it several times.
Yes.
There were many times when I believe Commissioner Menser brought a set of proposals, I said another set of proposals, and there were so many meetings where we were like, provide input, shift it around, and there was no input provided. And all I kept hearing was, we're gonna bring back our proposals in a couple of days, So to be hearing this at this point of the stage where we are here, it is very frustrating. And there were so many points. This process started so way earlier, and the reason for that was to get as much information as possible to everyone that needed it. And so I don't know, Chair. I will say,
No, I mean, I'll say the things that you said there in response to me was a better explanation of why you might vote no on the budget. That's not what you said up front. You were like, the public just can't understand this budget, and, you know, you said a whole different set of things. You still weren't being very specific, but at least you were kind of where you were gravitating toward a place where I could see someone voting no, you know, on a budget, but again, I'm not gonna say more, cause we've gone through all this and it's been hard for all of us and I know there's been difficult relationships with our elected officials as we work through all of their issues, and I just feel like the effort that we've gone to and the levers that we've pulled to bring this deficit down to 9.8 million from where we started, and you know, everybody, you know, there was a bigger impact to the clerk. That's where it landed. It could have been somewhere else. It was gonna land, someone was gonna, you know, if we weren't just gonna do the peanut butter thing, which I've done in the past and been accused of being lazy and not doing my job, you know, I've heard that from several elected officials over the years. I've been thanked this year that we didn't do it that way. We did like a third of it in peanut butter fashion, reducing everyone's cut. And then we started to be, let's look at operations and try to be smarter and more targeted. You know that's gonna blow back on you because someone's gonna not get the full restoration that someone else got. And it did in this case with the courts, and we dealt with that, and we pulled more levers, and we pulled back our TC Connect implementation money, and we did this and we did that. We got some more money to the clerk, a lot more money to Superior Court. You know, we were just pulling every direction. But that process, I think, I'm just disappointed that you don't respect the process that we did enough to think that, you know, it landed in a place that you could support, even though we never, you know, I got outvoted on, you're always gonna have, just like the comp plan, there's so many decisions embedded, no one's ever gonna be able to say that's the perfect budget I would have written. But I really feel like we worked so hard to get a really big deficit closed in that I would like to feel like we could all, at least on that basis, say we support this as a democratic representation of what the effort the board did. That's where I guess my disappointment comes from. But yeah, Commissioner Grant.
I just don't, I didn't wanna like bring it all up here, but you know, I will just respond with this, that, you know, I came in, quite early this morning, been here since about 5:45 AM. I didn't receive, a resolution to this resolution with the budget information in it, until about 3 o'clock yesterday. And so, I came in and, you know, with the hope that I might be able to get myself to a place where I could approve this. And, you know, the issue with me, and I will just say it this way, that budget documents need to clearly show what is funded, why it's funded, and how it's funded, in detail. And, you know, I went and looked to see, okay, well, how have we done it the years before? You know, and it looks like we're doing it the same way as the years before, but today's budget didn't have FTE in it, and so I can't approve it. And I will just say that, you know, for me, I'm not gonna put my name on a document unless I can verify that what I'm putting my name on has accurate numbers. And that's just generally the way that I had to approach this. And so I think we're gonna get there. I'm hoping that we can continue to have conversations in the next months that where we're all looking at the same information every single month together. I believe, and I know Commissioner Mejia said that, you know, we spent way more time this year, you mentioned this, than you have in previous years on this. I think we could spend double that. And because I think that our number one job as a commissioner is to figure out how the budget is impacting the services and what we're spending and what we're not. I believe that that's our main job. And I hope that we continue to have conversations on a monthly basis where we're saying, are we spending enough? Do we have extra money to give out? You know, what are the different impacts on a monthly, you know, and so that's what I'm hoping we can get to. But today, I can't vote yes.
Commissioner Fournier.
I don't wanna do this anymore.
Yeah, I don't.
Right, all we're gonna do is try and ascribe motives and things like that. We've all had these discussions, we know what everybody thinks, and then we know what everybody probably really thinks. And I don't wanna play this game, so I'll call for the question.
Yeah.
I do wanna make one more point.
If I have a second, we have to vote.
Second.
To call the question.
Seriously?
That closes debate. I'm sorry.
Close debate. I'll call for the
No,
vote.
sorry, but I
Calling the
have-
question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Or sorry.
Nope.
I mean, no,
Too
it's
late.
not an aye. Sorry. No.
Sorry, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion to call the question fails. Commissioner Klaus, you're next.
Thank you.
It just needs a second, doesn't it?
Does?
It just needs a second, and then you
That's
vote
what I
on the
don't
motion.
Oh, really?
I believe so.
Am I wrong?
I don't know. Amy?
I don't know what we're,
That's
I'm
my
confused.
understanding as well, so I thought you were calling the vote.
I
Yeah,
called the
that's what I
question,
thought
I
you
got
were
a
calling the
second, then it
vote.
goes straight to vote,
Yep.
closes debate.
Yeah, I
Let's-
seconded
I didn't
it.
realize what I was voting on. I got confused. So the question's been called, then we're calling the vote on the budget item. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion passes 3-2. Then we're up to item 12, resolution adopting the 26-27 biennial capital budget.
Hi there, Summer Miller.
Hi, Summer.
Budget and Finance Manager. This is a resolution to adopt the 2026 and 2027 biennial Thurston County capital budget, including the road fund and all other county funds as authorized by statute. Pursuant to RCW 364070, 364071, and 364250, the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners provided proper notice to the public by way of the official county newspaper on November 13th, 20th, and 26th. The Board of County Commissioners held a public hearing on December 1st for the purpose of receiving public comments on the preliminary 2026-2027 biennial capital budget. And then on December 3rd, the board conducted final deliberations on the preliminary capital budget. Happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Sorry, I need to let my family know I'm still alive.
Barely.
They may not be sure at this point. Okay, questions for Summer on the capital budget?
Move to approve the resolution adopting the 2026-2027 biennial capital budget.
Motion and second to approve the capital budget. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Klaus?
Thank you. I'm gonna say what I wasn't able to say earlier when we called the question. And I'll keep this brief because I don't want to sit up here and argue back and forth. That's not my intention. However, I think that this board really needs to seriously consider what accessibility looks like, not just for the public, but for us. We each have different styles of learning. I have offered suggestions, but I'm being told up here that input was requested and was never provided. That's not true. I suggested a finance subcommittee so that some of us who had additional questions could have additional time with staff and talk about this comprehensively and be collaborative about it and get those questions answered. And that suggestion was turned down. That was a piece of input.
May I?
I also, no, I'm not
Just
done.
before you go to the next thing.
I'm not done. So I really think that we really need to consider what that accessibility looks like because I feel like my suggestions have been turned down throughout this process. And that's another reason why I can't vote yes. I offered the subcommittee, I offered the suggestion about talking about the public safety landscape. Nobody really took those suggestions. And so to be told that I didn't give input just because I didn't come forward with a line item reduction to increase revenue on another line item doesn't mean I didn't give input. It means that I didn't have input on those specific things because I didn't have the information available. So I'll just leave it there, but I think, I've noticed accessibility issues for the public when they come in for meetings and it's just not acknowledged. I know I said I'll leave it there. We've had constituents come forward and say, disclose in their public comment, I have autism and this is my, communication style, and then be told afterwards that their time is up and they need to leave the room if they're gonna have side conversations. That's all appropriate because we can't have side conversations happening, but we need to be respectful of how we are treating the public when they come forward and disclose that they're neurodivergent. And I don't think that those are considerations that we actually take seriously in this board and in this organization as a whole. So that's all I'll say.
I'm sorry, that was like a whole bunch of things, right? And I just wanted to, the first thing, a subcommittee, there's nothing that prevents any commissioner from getting information from staff. And you do not need a subcommittee to do that. A subcommittee is something completely different that is established and has sometimes independent authority to make decision on behalf of the board. And that was what was said could not be done. But there is nothing restricting any one or two commissioners from going and having meeting. I had multiple meetings with budget staff and assistant county managers and county managers about all of these things. Nothing prohibited me from getting that information and having those things. And it does not require a subcommittee. Asking for a subcommittee is something completely different. That's a political decision. It's not an accessibility thing. Setting up a subcommittee that would grant authority to a subgroup of the commissioners to have independent, like, authority over staff, over things. That is what was not allowed. That is what we all decided wouldn't happen. But there is at no point, at any point, did anything prevent any two commissioners from getting information. That is not a subcommittee. Nothing prohibited anybody from doing that. That is a hard, fast truth.
Okay, but your statements aren't true because there
No,
were.
it is true.
No, it's actually not, because there were barriers to having two commissioners meet with staff because scheduling conflicts. I tried to set up meetings with other commissioners and staff.
That's a whole
They didn't-
different issue.
Well, it's exactly what you're saying, that there's no barriers. There are barriers. We have scheduling conflicts. We can't do that. We need to, anyways.
What you're saying doesn't make
Listen,
sense.
okay, well, that's because you keep interrupting me.
No, you're saying a whole bunch of different things, but if you
One at a
say,
time.
sorry, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
but if you say.
I would like to
time,
respond to what you've said. Thank you. The subcommittee idea was never intended to be authority over staff or the board. In fact, that was explicitly stated that this subcommittee would be created to learn more and provide recommendations, to be able to ask questions, get specific pieces of information, and offer recommendations. Never was it intended to have authority over anybody, and so that is completely false.
So what were you prohibited from doing specifically?
A subcommittee would be an open public meeting.
Call the
You
question.
can set that up at
Wait,
any
we don't have,
point.
stop. We don't have is there a motion and a second?
motion,
We're in the
right?
middle of
There was a
discussion on
motion.
the capital budget.
Point of Order, Chair, I feel like this discussion has nothing to do with the motion at hand.
That's fair.
Let's go.
That is fair. So I'm gonna ask for discussion to be limited to the capital budget, and then we will we'll get to a vote. Is there a discussion on the capital budget piece? I'm gonna ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The capital budget passes 3-2. Let's move on to item 7, sub 1, community planning and economic development, permit review process, annual code update.
Good afternoon. You thought you were done seeing me, but I have two more items. The first is the annual permit review process development code docket item. It includes 3 pieces: general clerical edits, permit review timeline updates to align with the new State Project Review Act, which we finally refer to as SB 5290, and amendments to the State Environmental Policy Act categorical exemptions to modernize our thresholds that haven't been updated since 1997. The new thresholds do align with current housing laws, including SB 5412 and updated environmental standards. The Planning Commission did review these changes through 4 work sessions and a public hearing and recommended expanding SEPA exemptions specifically in urban growth areas while retaining reasonable limits in rural areas. These updates to SEPA are designed to reduce unnecessary barriers to affordable housing, which is things we heard from Habitat for Humanity, in the UGA, consistent with state law, and your recently adopted comp plan, which sets a 5% rural growth target. And that concludes my remarks. Happy to answer questions.
I move to approve an ordinance adopting amendments to Title 2, 14, 17, 18, and 20 through 25 of the Thurston County Code to adjust general clerical edits, permit review timelines, and SEPA categorical exemption thresholds.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the ordinance adopting these particular sections of code regarding permit review process. Discussion on that, Commissioner Klaus.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's getting late. I do have concerns about the SEPA exemption thresholds that I've vocalized throughout the process. I don't know where, the board probably will pass this motion, so I just want to have it on the record. And I have mentioned in previous meetings, we've heard comments tonight, we've received some comments. I have some concerns about the categorical exemption thresholds not aligning with what we've passed in our comprehensive plan. So I I can't vote yes on this just due to that SEPA categorical exemption piece. In other plans, we are talking about reducing vehicle miles traveled, reducing emissions from vehicles. And yet one component of this plan would authorize more parking spaces to be permitted without a SEPA review. From 30 to 40 parking spaces, it might seem like it's not very significant, but if we're on one hand saying that we're trying to reduce reliance on vehicles, and then we are saying you don't have to go through a SEPA process if you have more parking space, and that's just one example, but there are several examples that I'm a bit uncomfortable with. I know this only shifts the exemption threshold a little bit, but I think that it's moving in the wrong direction. I could vote yes if we were to take that out, but I don't know where my seatmates stand on that.
Further discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion, all opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Let's go to the next item.
So this is an acceptance of a grant from the Department of Ecology. I just want to say a few things for the record because this is really an exciting one for the county. So this project started over 2 years ago when the board directed CPED to pursue grants to acquire water rights from the Trans-Alta Water Bank, specifically for stream flow restoration. In October 2024, we found out that we did secure a $2.4 million grant and have been in the process of negotiating that with the Department of Ecology. What it does is allows us to purchase up to 840 acre-feet of water. That's a lot of water. Permanently dedicated to in-stream flow in the Skookumchuck and Chehalis rivers. This is a major conservation success. It not only offsets new permit-exempt well impacts in RIA 22 and 23, but it also adds up to 295 acre-feet per year for salmon recovery and climate resilience, and represents one of the state's first climate resilience water rights projects under the Stream Flow Restoration Act. So today we are asking the board to please approve the grant agreement and authorize the CPED director to execute it and approve amendments up to 10%. The grant will fully fund the acquisition with no county contribution required. We are finalizing the purchase and sale agreement with TransAlta, which we anticipate bringing back to you in the first quarter of next year for approval.
Commissioner Fournier.
This is one more huge thing in a night of huge things. And any other night, we would be having cake and celebrating this. So, I mean, this is an incredible opportunity for Thurston County, Skookumchuck River, District 4. So I, on behalf of everybody in South Thurston County, I want to thank CPED and everybody else involved in this. This is a major, major accomplishment for Thurston County.
Absolutely. This is such a big win. And, when this first arose and we had, it was Kevin and we had other CPED staff come in and present kind of this opportunity. The funding piece was like, where are we going to get the funding from? And just big props to staff for being able to get an amount this large, as a grant with no matching. It's pretty big, so great job.
Thank you on behalf of our team for your leadership and direction.
Any other questions for Ashley?
I just want to quickly echo my seatmates' sentiments. This is amazing, and I thank staff for your work on this. It's a huge win for the county. Thank you.
Move to approve a grant agreement with the Washington Department of Ecology for a water rights acquisition from the Trans-Alta Water Bank located in WRIA 22/23 in the amount of $2,406,457.46, and authorize the Director of Community Planning and Economic Development to execute the grant agreement and amendments, including reallocating funds among tasks that do not exceed 10%.
Second.
A motion and a second from Commissioner Grant. Skookumchuck Water Right Grant Agreement, discussion on that motion. Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Corner item is next. Professional Services Contract for Pathology Position, Pacific Northwest Forensic Pathology, PLLC.
We have Tracy with us. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hanging out, Tracy. Sorry for the delay.
This is a service contract that would be considered professional services. It would be between Pacific Northwest Forensic Pathology. They would be providing autopsy services to our office at a set price, and the contract would be for 2 years. We are asking for board approval of the contract.
And Tracy, I just want to give a special thanks to you and our coroner, Coroner Warnock, for coming up with a plan that saves the county. I think it's over $200,000 a year
Yes.
going this route. So, and also special thanks to Human Resources. I know it's late in the evening, but one of the commissioners mentioned a night of big things, and this is yet another big thing. I believe this is a multiple year endeavor that's coming to conclusion here tonight at 6:40 and 28 seconds. So I appreciate you hanging out, and I really appreciate the diligence of our elected coroner looking for ways to save the money, save the county money in these trying times.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions?
You said it all for us.
Yeah, I was gonna make sure.
All
that
those things I was
highlighted.
gonna say too. Good job.
Motion.
Move to approve professional services contract between Thurston County and Pacific Northwest Forensic Pathology, PLLC, for forensic pathology services.
Second.
Motion is second to approve this contract regarding forensic pathology. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Tracy. Next up is information technology item, number 1. Professional services agreement for Oracle stabilization.
Good evening, Commissioner. Sherry Ilg, IT Director. I am seeking authorization to waive competitive bidding and renew Thurston County's contract with Baker Tilly to assist in the stabilization and optimization of our Oracle implementation in the amount of $1.4 million plus tax, and any amendments that do not exceed 10% over the 2-year agreement. Thurston County went live with Oracle in July 2024. Our implementation has not been without issue. Since July 2025, we've been working with the new vendor to stabilize this enterprise system. We've had great success in working with Baker Tilly. We have a lot of work remaining, and we feel this contract with support from Baker Tilly will get us to a stabilized and optimized environment. Answer any questions.
Be a whole discussion item, I think that stuff. Any questions for Sherry on this?
Please give them the money.
Move to approve the extended contract with Baker Tilly to assist with stabilization and optimization of the Oracle implementation in an amount not to exceed $1.4 million for the term of 2026 through December 2027, and authorize the Director of Information Technology to execute the agreement and any amendments that do not exceed 10%.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and second regarding the Baker Tilly contract. All discussion on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next IT item is single source contract with Eagleview for GIS support.
Thank you. I am seeking authorization to renew Thurston County sole source contract with Eagleview in the amount of $832,089 plus tax, and any amendments that do not exceed 10% per year over the 6-year agreement. Eagleview provides imagery of all property in Thurston County. It's used by several county offices and departments to carry out mission-critical business functions. The contract will include a total of 5 flights over a 6-year period. This amount has been budgeted for 2026 and is collected in our IT rates.
All right, any questions on Eagleview? Your motion.
Move to approve the single source professional services contract with Eagleview for a 6-year term through December 31st, 2031 for the support of the county's geographic information systems, GIS, functionality for $832,089 plus tax, and authorize the Director of Information Technology to execute agreement and any amendments that do not exceed 10% per year.
Second.
Motion and second regarding the 6-year term of Eagleview. Questions on this, debate and discussion on this motion. Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Wore us down, Sherry. All right, public health is up next. We have the revised 2026-27 Thurston County Criminal Justice Treatment Account Plan.
Yes, hello, Dr. Jen Freiheit, Director of Public Health and Social Services. And this is a request for the board to approve the revised 2026-2027 Criminal Justice Treatment Account Plan detailing the uses of the CJTA funds from the Healthcare Authority as recommended by the local Criminal Justice Treatment Account Panel. The board approved an updated CJTA plan for state fiscal year 2026 on September 16th, 2025. The local CJTA panel revised this plan in October of 2025 to align with the Healthcare Authority's shift from an annual to a biannual contract for the state fiscal year 2026-2027, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Move to approve the revised 2026-2027 Criminal Justice Treatment Account Plan detailing uses of criminal justice treatment account funds from the Healthcare Authority as recommended by the local Criminal Justice Treatment Account Panel.
Is there a second?
No second.
Okay, motion and a second, discussion. Commissioner Grant.
Well, I just want to acknowledge the CJTA panel, the Criminal Justice Treatment Account Panel, and staff, you know, for your thoughtful, I know this was hard. This was a difficult year for CJTA. And you, I know you went through a thoughtful and thorough work and bringing back recommendations on this. And so I just want to thank you for that. The investments that are in this are going to strengthen treatment, diversion, and are really important. So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mejia.
I also want to acknowledge that we're losing community partners and programs that have been established in our community that have provided a very essential services. And so I know at times there is an additional funding piece that comes from CJTA. It's happened in a couple of years where they have some additional funding available. And, you know, if they do send that, I would want these two organizations that have been providing these services, as we're talking impacts to community, the parenting classes are of huge impact to a lot of our community members. The DRC, that's another piece that provides a huge impact, and so you know, I want that to definitely be a priority if there is additional funding for that.
I just want to say that there's a lot of funding recommendations that come from various groups to the Board of County Commissioners, and sometimes they're community members, sometimes they're, jurisdictional, cross-jurisdictional partners. I mean, sometimes we get into those debates and we discuss those recommendations, and it's all ultimately the buck stops with us, but I just, I hated to see, some of the funding losses to the key programs, and I thought really hard about it, but this particular panel is unique in my opinion, and I tried to highlight that in one of our earlier meetings. I mean, it's not just some community members that maybe don't understand the full context of the system. I mean, the people that make these decisions for us or recommendations are the key leaders of the key stakeholders of the system and should really know better than there's any way that the five of us could know what the needs are and where the gaps are to be filled. So I just have to be respectful of that process that's set up and the structure and the recommendations, as much as it kind of hurts me to do it, but I have to rely on those people because they, they're on the ground and they've got their understanding of the system in its entirety. So I'm going to support the recommendations for the account plan, I guess it's called. But I would definitely agree with Commissioner Mejia. If there's more money that materializes, those would be the first places I would go with it. Other discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
That brings us to Public Works. Project Prospectus and Local Agency Agreement for Project CP C61564.
All right, welcome to your last agenda item of 2025. Public Works is requesting permission from the Board of County Commissioners to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a project prospectus and local agency agreement with the Washington State Department of Transportation. Thurston County has been awarded $600,000 in federal funding from the Surface Transportation Block Grant for the design and right-of-way phases of the first phase of 196th Avenue between Sergeant Road and Elderberry Street in Grand Mound. This project, as well as a lot of other projects Public Works is working on, are needed to accommodate the growth in this very rapidly expanding part of the county. The first phase of the project includes the installation of a roundabout at the 196th and Elderberry Street, as well as improvements on Elderberry Street between US 12 and 196th Avenue. The first phase for design will authorize the obligation of $432,500, which will require a 13.5% match, which will come from transportation impact fees that have been collected from developers in the area. With that, I take any questions.
Questions for Matt? Ready for a motion?
I move to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the project prospectus and local agency agreement and all subsequent amendments and supplements with the Washington State Department of Transportation for the 196th Ave Southwest to Sergeant Road to Elderberry Street Southwest, CP C61564.
Second.
Motion and second to approve this project prospectus. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
All
you.
right, it's time for public comment related to general matters.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Pettit, you've stuck it out. I know you signed up. You're up first.
I'm John Pettit. I live on Rich Road. You guys pretty much have worn me out, but I stuck around because we're entering a brand new year. And I want to add some what we call accountability to this year. Virtually for the year, we haven't had accountability. We took down the accounting system that actually shows an access point that we would be able to determine money coming in, money going out. So the owner of Thurston County government, the people, are not entitled to have that information. I think you could have easily funded some more things by just reaching in to some of the excess funds, but you can't even get to a fund balance. There is no information available for the citizens. That has got to change. Now, another thing that's got to change is an issue that we have. Well, we got to stop having resolutions where I'm getting more than one resolution with different information in it, or I'm getting resolutions that have lots of signatures, but like, I'll just use a quick example, certification of 2026 Thurston County property tax levy to Thurston County assessor for collection in 27. You did not actually, as a board, certify the property tax for collection in 2026, for 2026. Which means by state law, it means you guys get to collect the amount of money that you collected in 2025. That's it, no more. So if you had some budget problems, that's a good question. I know that the budget's a problem, and I happen to know that the county's facing a question, and perhaps even someone that's going to be questioning about how we're financing with the clerk's office or other offices, because the state mandate requires certain things if you're not doing it. The actual solution for this may not be you guys. It may be letting a superior court, because now you've ordered it's done with. The only last thing I'm going to talk, well, two things real quick. One is we have some major CPAD problems. We aren't getting things done, and the compliance issues. And I understand that the county doesn't even want to go out and look at sites as required by code. There is a talk from somebody that they want to start a class action against the county. And the final thing, which I'm going to talk about, has to do real briefly with the fact that you have finished closing the purchase of a building down on Plum Street. That building, since you've already passed it, is not in the CIP, Capital Improvement Program, and it is illegal to expend any funds that you would be receiving from REIT, which seems to be the source where you were paying the bonds at. You can't use any of that money, so you're going to have to find a different spot for it. The other question, of course, is, was it in the budget? If it wasn't in the budget, it doesn't belong to the county. It belongs to the public officials who actually did it, and they become obligated for the amount, $37.5 million. If that's the way the law is, it's the way the law is. I want you to make the law work, and I don't want any more of these resolutions because I want you to prosecute who's ever creating resolutions without you guys even having knowledge. Thank you.
Anyone else to give public comment? Yes, Bessie.
Hi there, Betsy Norton from Olympia. I'm also with the South Sound Bird Alliance, and I just wanted to correct a couple things and make a comment about the Planning Commission's advice to you. First of all, characterizing us as, or I suppose it's, recent memory thing that we all showed up to talk about BLQ today, but we have been working on the comp plan, issuing recommendations, talking to planning commissioners for a year and a half. We've generated volumes of data. We've done a lot of research. And so I just want to emphasize to you that we've been very participatory. We're trying to be good partners in this process, and that the Planning Commission recommendations are coming from discussions with us and debates that we've been having, and the trying to figure out facts and best options. So if you don't take their recommendations on things, please note that there's a whole community behind that who's had these debates with them. And so you're not just, so please take it under advisement and appreciate all that effort from everybody in the community that comes into that advice. Thank you. And thank you for everything you do.
Anyone else for public comment? Anyone online for public comment? All right, Commissioner Community Reports, Commissioner Klaus.
Thank you, Chair. All right. I had the honor and privilege of attending the LGBTQ Victory Institute's International LGBTQ Leaders Conference in Washington, D.C., which brought together LGBTQ leaders, advocates, and policymakers from across the country and around the world. We heard remarks from President Joe Biden, former President Joe Biden, and participated in sessions focused on national and regional LGBTQ issues, emerging challenges, and strategies leaders are using to support equity, safety, and inclusion in their communities. There was also a Solid Waste Advisory Committee meeting, which occurred on December 4th. I attended a portion of it, but Assistant County Manager Walker was able to attend in my absence, which I greatly appreciate. Local Progress Pride Caucus Leadership Committee meeting on December 8th. And as far as committees, Joint Animal Services Commission met on December 8th and reviewed shelter statistics showing that overall intake remains higher than last year, but has begun to stabilize, with dog intake leveling off, increased adoptions and transfers, and a recent decrease in field calls. I don't know if that's accurate, it's in my notes, but anyways, so staff proposed a shelter fee increase for the first time since 2018, citing rising operational costs and benchmarking fees against regional shelters. And we were able to pass the budget, so that was great success. Glad that we were able to get through that process. Partnership Council on Juvenile Justice met on December 9th. I will hold those remarks because it's late, and I believe Commissioner Mejia may have attended that one as the representative. The Olympic Region Clean Air Agency met on December 10th. During that meeting, we elected new leaders for next year, and I was elected as the vice chair of ORCA, as well as the chair of their finance committee. So I'm really excited and looking forward to that and honored that they trust me to lead in those capacities. The Regional Housing Council met on Wednesday, December 10th. We received a detailed brief from Built for Zero, highlighting progress toward functional zero goals when it comes to homelessness, major data findings and ongoing barriers such as housing shortages and funding instability. Members approved the 2026 RFP priorities for affordable housing and homeless response funding, including allocations for housing projects, lived experience facilitation, and cold weather shelter. The council also adopted updated legislative priorities, discussed risks to encampment resolution and federal funding, and reviewed a request to modify unit mix for permanent supportive housing projects for a project to address an operating deficit. I also hosted my second virtual office hours, which have been well attended and effective, providing an accessible forum for community members to engage directly and receive timely follow-up. These conversations help me identify issues early, coordinate responses with county departments, and strengthen transparency and trust. Recent topics raised by constituents include county budget, funding priorities, the use of flock safety cameras, and housing-related concerns. And that's all I have.
Sure. So, let's see, I attended, for boards and committees, the National Association of Counties Health Steering Committee, Transportation Policy Board. I just wanna, attended that, and we had a couple, long-term people retiring, and I wanna just mention that the Transportation Policy Board has a couple openings. We did have a couple applications, but we're reopening the both business representative and a community representative. And so we're hoping to get a few more applications. And so if anyone's interested in that, in serving on the Transportation Policy Board, please check that out. The other committee I went to is Pack Mountain Workforce. I want to mention that to folks that our WorkSource location officially on the west side has closed. That we closed it down and that there will be a new one, a new brighter, shinier, better one opening at the hub in Lacey, underneath the Thurston Mason BHO. It's right underneath there. That is set to open right in February, and there's been some delays. And so if anyone is accessing WorkSource, you can access it online. And all of the regional libraries have access for people to go in and receive actual in-person help. So if you're looking for in-person help, you need to go do that. I also attended the county's coastal caucus and had a really interesting conversation about federal legislation around derelict vessels, so boats that are sinking. And it was really interesting. And I think I learned a lot about code compliance and enforcement and discussions around that. And so that was cool. Attended the Innovative Justice meeting where I was actually the speaker. And that was a great meeting. And then Thurston Mason BHO Audit Exit Conference. Met with Franklin Street Harm Reduction for a conversation around how things are going with them. Attended Yelm Trivia Night, totally lost the whole trivia thing. I was really bad at it. And then rounded out, one thing I really tried to do as a commissioner this year was to get out and meet with as many people as I possibly could. And I rounded out my final elected official by meeting with the Tenino Mayor Watterson last week. And so just want to mention that was a great conversation. And I think I've officially met with everyone at this point now after a year. So that's it for me. And then, I also just want to acknowledge, I just want to say thank you to my seatmates, for putting up with me this year and all of the care and concern and the collaboration around me being virtual for so many different meetings. And so just want to say thank you to the county manager and, assistant county manager and all the staff, for teaching me so much this year. And I know I'm not easy. And so thank you all, and I look forward to a new year. Yeah.
Commissioner Fournier.
I've said enough tonight. I publish all my meetings online. You can go to social media.
Commissioner Mejia.
I also publish all my meetings. I publish my calendar once a week, in order to be transparent. So, but I'll go over some of the things that I did. This does not include everything. I attended the League of Women Voters gathering with Commissioner Menser. intercity transit meeting. I also was invited to attend a Leuna meeting. And very thankful to them where I talked about the community workforce agreement. Attended the Regional Economic Forecast and Innovation Expo, Thurston Regional Planning Council, Intercity Transit Holiday Banquet, the BHASO Holiday Party. Attended the Interbranch Advisory Committee where they discussed the AOC's funding priorities. Within it is the Thurston County impact fees, but it is, there are a lot of other requests. And the representatives in the meeting did not seem to be very positive about those requests. The Port of Olympia Holiday Partner Reception, attended the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, National Association of Counties Justice and Public Safety Committee, Partnership Council on Juvenile Justice, Joint Behavioral Health and Reentry Committee meeting. And I just want to take this moment to really thank our Emergency Services Department. They have been working overtime. I know our Sheriff's Office has been working overtime, and they have been sending resources up north. But during the time here, they've been closely monitoring the situation, and a huge shout out to Public Works as well. I will say that I went down to Frank's Landing where the Waihalute School is, and I helped with sandbags with Commissioner Fournier and had an opportunity to look at the river and how high it was, and definitely just the dire situation that the Nisqually Bridge is in. And, you know, it is something that we need to continue to address as a region, and really bring focus to it, because it really is something that, you know, tragic might happen. But very thankful for that. And yeah, great job, Emergency Management, Public Works, Sheriff's Office.
Okay, hello, back cleanup here. A lot of really cool stuff, actually, different stuff. Attended the Carbon-Free Forestry Conference that Washington Conservation Action does. It's an all-day event, happens early December. Really interesting presentations about how we can move away from 40-year rotations on forestry and try to get to longer rotations, which have a lot of benefits. An excellent town hall at Summit Lake that two of our departments, Public Health and CPED, along with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and Ecology, put on to explain to the neighbors all about the different issues related to lake ecology and some new rules and some new processes going on with respect to septics, and how we're gonna, we've had such good results with our Black Lake septic program that we're gonna expand that to Summit Lake, which is really good news for me in my district. Met with the Olympian about the budget. Went to the Office of Public Defense Community Advisory Committee where I represent Washington State Association of Counties. I went to the Port Partner Reception. This is big news for me, at least. The Sentencing Guideline Commission, where I represent the State Association of Counties on sentencing reform policy. The chair is retiring and has appointed me vice chair, which means I will be acting chair in January, which is a little scary.
That's really great.
Until Governor Ferguson picks somebody to replace Judge St. Clair, I've been selected as acting chair, so that'll be a big deal for me. I met with the chair of the Thurston Conservation District about opportunities for next year. I went to a great event last night, or I think it was last night. City of Lacey said goodbye to Robin Vasquez and Mike Stedman, who were council members, and Sheriff Sanders was there with me, and we had a good event just saying goodbye to those folks, and it was nice to do that. Went to the legislative dinner with Commissioner Fournier at SPSCC, where we got pretty good reception to our legislative priorities, regional priorities from a series of legislators. The WASAC program on the new road program, you guys probably know more about it than me. I was trying to learn about it. It was interesting. League of Women Voters event, outreach event that Commissioner Mejia was at. We had an Alliance for Healthy South Sound Executive Committee meeting. I had a lot employee event, a lot board meeting, a Thurston County or Thurston Climate Action Team event, the Fair Board's holiday party, and the Economic Development Council Expo at the Great Wolf Lodge, which was an all-day event a week and a half ago or something. Anyway, it was busy. Obviously, there's a lot going on, and we can all take a deep breath as the year kind of draws to a close. That is the end of the business agenda, and I'm very happy to say, I'm very happy to say, bye-bye 2025, we're adjourned.